And a very good morning, everybody. Welcome to Autosport International for 2017. This is the start of the motorsport season. We are firing on all cylinders, we are bouncing off the limiter, and we are holding the slide. This is where the season really gets underway. And on the live stage here on the Autosport stand, in association with this wonderful experience, celebrating 40 years of Williams Martini Racing, I'll be talking to some greats from motorsport. Lot to talk about. A very special welcome to you if you're joining us on the live stream on autosport.com, motorsport.com and Motor1. Great to have your company. Stay with us. We'll be back at about 10:30 with Alan McNish. Grab yourself a vantage point here, stage side, folks. I'll be talking to Alan McNish in about 25 minutes' time. Good morning once again, folks. Welcome to Autosport International for 2017. My name's Henry Hope Frost. Absolute pleasure to be up here once again to chat to some of the greats from motorsport's past and indeed future as well. We've got some great names coming up over the course of the next few hours. A very special welcome to you if you're joining us on the live stream as well, live on autosport.com, motorsport.com and motor1.com. Stay tuned throughout the day. We've got lots of great interviews to come in the next few hours. My first guest is one of my favourites. I've known him for a long time. He's a three-time Le Mans winner and a World Endurance Champion. He's got a lot to say, always. Please welcome Alan McNish.
Thank you very much. I like the fact you said future, and then I thought, it must be me you're talking about.
Yeah, you're the past, aren't you, now?
Very much.
But I
also smaller than you, so I have to put my chair up, thanks.
What's going on here?
Well, I'm a rather smaller than you, so we'll be about the same height.
It's like when I get in a car.
Just a wee second. There we go.
My knees are under my ears.
Same height?
Is that good?
Yep, that's good.
How are you, okay?
Oh, very good, very good. Good to be into 17 and actually, see the start of the season coming up again. The winter wasn't very long, but, I don't know about you, but I get a little bit bored in that sort of Christmas, New Year period and ready to rock and roll again.
You are easily bored, aren't you? I know that.
I've got a very low attention span, yes. So it'd be good to have a question.
Yeah. I only know that because Kelly tells me regularly.
Yeah, that's my wife, by the way, yes.
So let's recap on 2016. What happened? What did you get up to?
Well, there's a few things that I do. Since I stopped racing, I was told that I'd probably be busier than what I was when I was driving, and it's kind of true because principally I'm still very much involved with Audi and coordinate their group motorsport, which includes Ducati and Lamborghini and Audi. And that's quite exciting. It's quite different because they're in so many different areas of the sport, but clearly following the sports car program, the LMP1, through the course of 16. At the same time as well, I was quite a few Grand Prix with the BBC and Radio 5 Live, and so that's pretty fun because it's again, something that I actually enjoy. And there's a couple of young drivers, being Harry Tincknell and Dean Stoneman, that I look after. So between it all, I've been pretty active and been in a few paddocks and seen quite a few champagne spraying sessions at the end of races and some parties afterwards.
You're right, aren't you? You are busier than when you were driving. Do you still miss climbing into the overalls, putting the helmet on, getting in?
No, not at all. It's funny. It was 3 years ago now, and Dario Franchitti is also here, and it was roughly at the same sort of time. It was at the same time when Dario, for very different reasons, decided he was going to stop. But I stopped because I'd effectively done everything that I wanted to do. I'd ticked the final box of winning the World Championship, and I didn't feel that I had the emotional energy or desire to go at it just once again, because it's an immense amount of emotional energy that I had to put in to do that. And that's something that was just very personal. And so I've driven a few things since then. I drove Jim Clark's, on the 50th anniversary of Jim Clark winning the Indy 500 and also the Formula One World Championship. I drove his 1965 win in Lotus down the main street in Duns, which was super cool. And I have to say, the seat fitted perfectly. I drove Alain Prost's 83 British Grand Prix winning car at Silverstone, the Renault Turbo. It was tuned down from about 1,400 horsepower to 750 or something, so that was still lively, but it was pretty cool. And drove one of Audi's, the R8, that won the Nürburgring 24 Hours on its debut, which was something that was really modern in comparison to that. But that's all the cars I've driven since.
So when I asked you if you missed driving and you said no, you lied.
No, there's a difference between driving and racing. There's a difference between it being your job and the only thing that matters is winning. And if you don't win, then you go home grumpy. And then you create hell for the rest of the week.
Yes,
and
I've seen
things like that. Than actually driving for the pleasure of driving. But so I've probably done 15 laps in 3 years, five laps a year. And hopefully at some point, I'll be able to climb into the cockpit and hopefully the overalls still fit. That's a bigger question, isn't it?
So you quit as world champion. Do you have some sort of empathy for Nico Rosberg then?
I understand very much Nico's position, because coming so close 2 years beforehand, there's one thing being beaten, there's one thing being beaten by your teammate, and there's one thing with your teammate being so strong and just able to pull something extra out the bag. For Nico to be in a position to win, he had to deliver absolutely on the nail every weekend. And his bad weekends, the weekends where he couldn't win, he had to improve on those ones. And then he still had to take it out when he could, like Azerbaijan, for example, when Lewis had a bad qualifying crash. Then he had to get pole and he had to nail it. Singapore, those circuits. And that takes it out of you. And, you look at it practically, and he's a very practical person. That's probably his best chance. Because the new regulations, the rise of Red Bull, I think they'll be stronger in the future. I think McLaren will be stronger, maybe not next year, but, going forward. And Lewis is a pretty tough person to be in a team with. And so I think that it's quite understandable that he invested so much into it that maybe didn't have anything in the tank to redo it again. Because I'm sure, even though he said it didn't, 14, 14, when he came so close in Abu Dhabi, I think that would take a lot out. Because I know we lost the World Championship in the 12 at the end of the year, and I tell you, it took me more than just a couple of days to get over that mentally.
But of course, in sports car racing, you're not trying to beat your teammate, you're trying to work with him. Well, them, aren't you?
You're trying to beat them. It's a team, but there is an I in team, and it's me.
Yeah.
No, it's a funny sort of situation and it's a hard thing and then now it's a lot of young drivers coming into sports car racing because of the opportunities to actually get their mind around, right, I've got a guy in the car here, and my whole DNA is to make sure that I am significantly faster than him, demoralise him mentally, screw him to the ground so that I win. But in reality, you're better to put your arm around him and give him a couple of tips and to sort of work as one unit. And that's a bit of a switch in mentality, and it's something that some guys get, some guys don't. But yes, it's a part that I actually enjoyed. And, Tom Christensen and Dindo Capello were my two long-time teammates. And we became to the point where actually in one year I saw Dindo more than I saw my wife. And so, you do start, have to say, only at weekends.
The live stream's just crashed.
And, so you do build up a very, very special understanding. And it's at pit stops when you're doing a driver change and you look in their eye and you point to a button or a knob, and instinctively the other driver knows what to expect, what that is actually about. And that's got to be a second nature, a bit like a marriage in a way. It's got to be a second nature thing. But in a single-seater, you don't. You look across the garage and you see your competitor on the other side, and it's just the evil laser stares going in, trying to sort of make sure you're one step ahead.
Did you ever have a cross-word with Dindo or TK? Did you ever fall out?
No, we did. Yeah, we had definitely differences of opinion. There's no question. You can't have, I would say, a time period when you're so close where you'd have that. With Dindo, it's very difficult because he's an Italian. And he just sort of say, come on. And he'd take your arm around you and he'd say, in the middle of a debrief, and he'd see a woman walking past and he'd say, look at her. And that was sort of broke all the ice, or get you a coffee or something. With Tom and I we had similar personalities. We were very straight to the point. We were very focused. We knew how we wanted to do it. And I would say Dindo was the antidote in the middle of that. And he was able to calm us down when he thought that maybe it was, it would have been detrimental. And you do need that sort of antidote at times, and we certainly had that in Dindo and his wayward ways.
So when you crashed on the way to the grid,
thanks.
I just love bringing this up.
Yeah.
You crashed on the way to the grid at Petit Le Mans in 2008, and you had two Italian teammates, didn't you? Dindo and Emanuele, I think.
Yeah, it was not my finest hour. It wasn't my finest minute. That car was the Audi R10, which had a lot of horsepower and a huge amount of torque, more than any F1 car. And you didn't have tyre heaters. You see that I'm still a racing driver. I'm still making up the excuses now. And it was nearly 10 years ago.
But he doesn't miss it.
No, not at all. But I went out the pits and over the hill, and basically 50% throttle, because I've got the data to prove it. And it just turned left and into the wall, and I hit the wall. And I bounced off the wall, and I'm sitting in the grass, and it was, you get a little bit of a hit in the head, and I was sitting in the grass. What the happened there? I had no clue. Had zero clue what happened, but I drove back with three wheels in the car and the bodywork's flapping off and everything else. And I said, I'm coming back, boys. Car's not quite as good as it was. And drove it into the tent, and all the guys from both cars descended on it, because this was the warming up lap. We had 30 minutes before the race started, and I'd done probably 3 hours of damage to the thing. And so they were all getting onto it, and I'm in the front of the truck kicking the living daylights out of anything that was there, absolutely livid. And Dindo and Emanuele Pirro walked in through the back, so they didn't come in through where all the work was going on. They walked in through the back and said, how's the car? how's the car? Have you been outside? How's our car? And then they walked out, and at that point they thought it was all over, and so did I. I thought, it was just a catastrophe. But the guys got us back out into the race. I think we were 2-3 laps down and managed to. It was a 10-hour race, thankfully, for this one. And between us all, we managed to get it back and take the lead. I think with about 40 minutes to go and beat Peugeot into probably, personally, one of the most embarrassing, but also one of my best races ever. I think I had to sort of recover something after the warming up lap. I let Dindo and Emanuele and everyone else do the warming up lap after that. Never wanted to touch that.
Has anyone seen that on YouTube? Petit Le Mans 2008?
Don't look at the warming up lap.
When you caught Christian Clean napping in the dark with a couple of laps to go.
Well, I'll tell you the truth now. I actually didn't mean to overtake him there. He braked a little bit earlier than expected, and it was avoid hitting him up the back. So there you go. There's a little teaser for you. But the sports car racing was fantastic for that, and that era was really good, and it is now because there was some big competition, and it was very, very close, and it's very aggressive. It was brutal. There's a lot of elbows out, and there was we weren't frightened to actually have a bit of rubbing racing sort of mentality, and I think that's what gave it the momentum. And right now, 2017's around the corner. Audi's not going to be there, but in terms of the WEC, but going to Le Mans, I tell you what, there's going to be some pretty good racing going on in different categories.
How soon before the Audi announcement did you know they were going to quit?
Officially, just an hour before. It's very quick. When manufacturers make a decision, they don't make a decision and announce it a week's time. They make a decision, they announce it. It's very clear. This is what it is. It's obviously something that came as a shock to a lot of people. The writing was always on the wall, partly because Audi was there for 18 years. And 18 years is to Formula One and came back again. And in that time period, basically, had been out. So, they were there for a huge, huge amount of time. Changing. And it had to, from Audi's perspective, and it will do WECs as well. And come forward, there'll be new teams that will come to the top, there'll be new manufacturers that will come in, and ultimately we'll still all go back to Le Mans and still all smile.
Do you think race fans are bothered about the emissions business? I mean, as a result of that, we've lost Audi from WEC, we've lost Volkswagen from WRC.
I think we've got to be very practical in motorsport, and it's something that as a fan you don't want to be, but we have to be. As in the sport, we've got to be very practical and understand that we can't just forget about everything outside in the world. We can't forget about the noise regulations that are in the different countries. Mallory Park, for example, or up at Croft, the Brands Hatch, you can't go flat out around clearways on a track day because of the noise and things like that. And never mind all of the other regulations that are coming in, hence the fact that there is a push towards electric racing because of that, and then the development of that technology, because it's very relevant. And that's one of the things that I think as a sport we've got to just keep a very clear eye on, because my view is there's very quickly shifting sands below us, and if we don't keep up with it or be one step ahead of it, we become a little bit of a dinosaur if we're not careful.
There's a social and a corporate responsibility for manufacturers.
Yes, there is. At the end of the day, any manufacturer is more than their motorsport arm. I think we've been very fortunate, and I think we'll be fortunate in the future because, the motorsport companies that are here, for example, and also the manufacturers, they're aware of that and they're trying to balance this out. But it's a difficult balance. But saying that, there is definitely the next stage, and that's the thing we're all into. It's not what's now, and it's not what's in the past, but it's what's in the future. And that's a pretty cool thing, because 10 years ago, actually it was 11 years ago, we had just started with the diesel program in Le Mans. And now that is a de rigueur. It's been something that's been so dominant, but there's also electric that's coming along. And
who's that?
See this man here to the right, or to your left? That's Mr. Dario Franchitti. So say hello, Dario. Dario, by the way, has just shouted to me. He's going to buy you a drink at the bar later on. Everybody, it's all on him.
Hey, watch out for those pigs. That's
I remember his first ever race in 1984 at Lark Hall as a wee boy in a cart. And I'm small, but he was really small, and his helmet just sort of sat in the top of the seat. Yeah, he's grown up since then. I haven't.
That's completely thrown me. Where were we? With no Audi, we've got Porsche versus Toyota. Does that sort of weaken the LMP1 class?
It does. it does, but I don't think we've had a situation. We talked about Petit Le Mans when there was only Peugeot and Audi there, so I don't think it actually fundamentally hurts it to the point where it's not sustainable. I think they've got to look at it for the future in terms of how they bring in other manufacturers going forward. But look at the GTE programs, for example, and the amount of manufacturers that are in there. Look at the strength of the LMP2 grid, not just because of the teams, but the drivers that are in there. Crikey me, there's some pretty quick kids in there, and there's also some big names. So, overall, it's still a very strong package. But I'm quite keen to still turn up at Le Mans and see who actually picks up the big trophy, because that big trophy is still the one. It's still the one that can turn careers. It's the one that everybody wants, and it's the one that Toyota still need on their mantelpiece, because they've never won that, and it's something that I know, having raced for them before, how important it was for them and how close they came last year, and ultimately it still eludes them.
But you've raced for Porsche and Toyota, haven't you?
Yes,
in sports cars.
Yeah. Yep, in 1998 was the first, the previous victory, if you like, was Laurent Stefan and I, Laurent Aero, Stefan Anatelli. Yep.
Okay, before we get back onto Formula 1 and 5 Live,
yep.
R8, yes. R10, R15 or R18?
All of the above. But you mean favourite car? It's got to be the R10. Has to be the R10 with that big V12 diesel 5.5 litre twin turbo with nearly 1,500 newton meters of torque and just a rocket ship of a thing.
But when Mr. Boretsky said we're going to do a diesel, did you think,
mental?
Ooh, how horrid?
Yeah, but Uli Boretsky's the engine guy at Audi, and he's slightly mad professor. You seen Back to the Future? Well, right. He's kind of a little bit like that. Tom Christensen described him as living in the land of the engines, and I think he does. And Uli came out and he said it, and I did think he was mental. But he showed me some of the figures, and the first time I drove it was in Sebring in February 06, the test. And I came out the hairpin in the first lap, and I thought, right, okay, better see what this thing's got. And I floored it. I've never felt acceleration like it. I knew then we had something. But the car was very difficult to drive because of the power. And, you couldn't have any lateral load and put the power down because it would just spin on you. There was no traction control. Nobody had ever done a traction control for a diesel at that point. So, so much power and torque. It was hard to handle. And it took, for me, it took about a year to understand it. But that car was a car that was brutal. And you had to pick it up, you had to throw it around, you had to drive it hard. You couldn't, if you were timid with it, it would eat you alive. And I really responded to that, and I enjoyed it, and I had some fantastic memories with it.
Quick recap on 5 Live. Are you going to be back in the chair?
Yeah.
Alongside James Allen?
Yeah, it's actually Jack as opposed to James. So
I'm
glad to see you're keeping up with things
sorry,
here.
yeah.
Henry's got laryngitis, and he's
also
been seriously on Lemsips or something. But there's other available. But the 5 Live has been good fun because it's a very tight-knit group, and it's been busy. Last year I did 8 or 9 races, and I'm going to roughly work out the similar sort of ones this year, trying to fit it in with the other schedules. But I really enjoy it, so I'll be back in the chair, as they say, and talking about it with hopefully a wee bit of passion. New
cars, yep. much fatter tyres, different wings.
Yeah, more aero, wider track. I think it will be. It'll be good because I'm a big fan of people working for their living. And not to say that the drivers didn't, but I always want to see them pushing to the limits. And I remember a few years ago, Lewis's comment going through turn 3 in Barcelona, where he said, I can't drive any slower, and he was trying to protect the tyre from thermal degradation, and that just didn't sit well with me. I don't like that. I want to feel it and see it. And that's something that hopefully we're coming back towards, and we're going to see them working in that respect. I think it's going to be difficult, though, because the more you speed up cars in braking areas and cornering, and especially to the apex of the corner, the less chance people have of overtaking because there's less distance and time to be able to do it. So that whole concept of still following close and overtaking is going to be tough. But I think we've made one step, and looking forward to the next steps going forward. But it's obviously a development. It's not just going to all happen overnight, but it's a shake of the tree as well, and see who can challenge for the top spot, and whether the ones that have been sort of threatening or talking about it can actually get it done as well.
Good stuff. We've got to stop now. We have. Always a pleasure, Alan. Thank you very much indeed. We'll be chatting later on, I hope, or tomorrow.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Have you still got your voice tomorrow?
Yes, I
That's
have.
the question.
Yes, I have. Just. Thank you, mate.
Thank you very much, ladies
and
gentlemen.
Alan McNish.
Good day. Thank you.
I'll be back on in 5 or 10 minutes' time, ladies and gents, with another famous racing Scot. Three-time Indy 500 winner Dario Franchitti will be right here on the stage in about 10 minutes. Okay, folks, I've been doing this job for 12 years, and I've not had this guy on the stage in all that time, and that's been really annoying. He is finally here. He's a 3-time Indy 500 winner. He's a 4-time IndyCar champion, and as modern racers go, he's got a huge amount of fever. Please welcome Dario Franchitti. That stool is on McNish settings. The damping's terrible, isn't it?
It's like sitting in my daughter's little seat in the kitchen.
Is that all right for you?
Yeah, I'll be fine.
How are you?
I'm all right.
Great to see you. You've never been one of my guests. I've talked to hundreds of people in the past 11 years, and I've always missed out on you because you're probably too cool, aren't you?
Well, I was kind of busy in America, wasn't I? But this time of year was busy. Actually, it was a lot warmer there too. But yeah, you've got a bit of a Scottish corner this morning. Myself, McNish, Shedden's upstairs having a coffee. Yeah. He's on next.
They've promised to give me a hard time.
Oh, they will, guaranteed.
Yeah, I don't want you to do that.
No, of course not. We'll be sensible and we can abuse other people, like McNish, for instance. But
well, I spoke to Alan about this business of reaching the very peak of what you're doing, and then it stops. For you, it was not a choice that you wanted to make, was it? You didn't decide, I'm going to quit. You had that nasty accident in Houston, and it was kind of taken away from you. I guess you still miss it.
Well, Alan copied me, basically. I retired. It was forced retirement in November, and he announced it in December. So basically, he copied me. But for me, it was a situation. Yeah, it was the doctors sort of sat me down. I had the same doctors my whole time in America, the same bunch of guys, and I was kind of like Humpty Dumpty, and they had put me back together on more than a few occasions. And it was always, right, if we do this, this, and this, we'll get you back in the car in 3 weeks. And this time, they both... I don't remember much about the period because I lost 5 weeks of my memory. But I remember these snippets of just looking at them, and they just weren't the same. It was kind of like there was all these sort of sharp intakes of breath and stuff. And eventually they sat me down and said, I went to Miami for a scan on my head. And I was in that tube thing for an hour, and I came out, and they kind of just shook their head and said, "No, it's not going to happen, old son." But in an American accent, they said that. And that was it. And I was just happy to be relatively in one piece, to be honest. I was happy to still be here. I miss driving. I don't miss driving Indy cars at Indianapolis, to be quite honest, because it's too bloody scary. And my mind is in a different place now, and I look at it and just think, you're all mad. I missed getting the chance to race some old stuff. I missed getting the chance to go to Le Mans. I had a corking deal lined up for would have been the 2015 24 Hours of Le Mans that I wasn't able to do. But that was it. But again, I had a great time. I got to live my dream. I got to drive some wonderful cars, win a load of races, and have a great life to this point. So this is definitely chapter 2.
It's a strange sensation, isn't it? People say, looking from the outside in, it does look mad, and you think, I put myself through that. 500 miles around Indy at 238 miles an hour for 3 hours is pretty crazy.
Yeah.
When you're doing it, you're just immersed in that, and you get on with it, don't you?
You just want more. It's more, faster, more. How do I? You're so focused just on the thing. It doesn't matter. You go into turn 1 at Indianapolis. I don't know. You're approaching there at 240 something miles an hour, and the thing steps out. You go, right, okay.
Watching out for Takuma Sato in your mirrors.
Well, exactly. That was, yeah.
Was that fag paper, wasn't it?
Well, he hit the car. When he was backwards, he actually hit the car and then blamed me. I did actually lose my temper at him at that point. But yeah, as I say, your mind does change. But yeah, the Takuma Sato thing, he was down the inside there, and I had my spotter. You have a guy, because you have so many blind spots in the car, you have a guy that tells you where the other cars are positioned, and his voice was getting higher and higher and higher the closer.
Who, Taku's?
No, the spotter. I'm sure Taku's was too, especially when he was pointing backwards. Actually, if you go on the Indianapolis Motor Speedway website, a friend of mine sent me this. If you go to the wrong page, there's a thing comes up and it says, sorry, you've gone the wrong way, and it's a picture of Taku pointing backwards.
And that was, last lap, last corner for the win.
That was for the win, yeah. What happened there, I'd been spun out in the first pit stop Viso hit me and spun me, and I'd come back to the lead, and Scott Dixon and I were fighting it out. Well, Sato was quick, but all day he'd been making these kind of half moves. He'd get halfway alongside, you think he had the corner, and it was only because the other person bailed out. There was no accident. And the last starting the last lap, everybody said, "Oh, I want to be this position or here." I wanted to be leading it, because if the caution flag, the yellow flag came out, the race was mine. And I left turn 3, and I could see the distance back to Sato, and I knew what I thought he could make up. And as I went up towards turn 1, he got a bit closer than I thought. So I went down to block him, as just your natural instinct. Then I remembered that blocking is not allowed. It was in the rules of IndyCar, you can't do that. So I left him. This is a bizarre rule. It was a car width plus an inch was what you had to leave them. I didn't.
Yeah, like you're leaning out and measuring it.
Yeah, I didn't have my measuring tape with me that day. But I gave him more than enough room. I gave him enough room to get in there. But I was not going to give him any more. And my mindset literally went, I'm not lifting here. This is the last lap. And with Indy, with all the marbles, it's one line through the middle of the corner normally. And I just thought, I'm not lifting. I'm either going to crash or I'm going to win this bloody race, but I am not lifting. And as I turned in, as I said, my spotter was telling me he was there, and he was getting higher pitched and higher pitched. So something in my head made me start to actually unwind the wheel and turn out onto what would be the marbles. And I turned out a bit. I still had grip. I thought, okay, good. Bit more. It's still flat. Bit grip. Bit more. And then I feel this hit, and I got to about 100 and whatever degrees of opposite, kept it together, and now I know there's going to be a caution because Sato's in the wall. But Dixon, I've lost all my momentum, and Dixon's coming in a hurry, so I'm trying to downshift as quickly as possible to get the momentum back up to beat Scott to the when the yellow flag comes out. And I'll tell you, my legs did not stop shaking for about an hour afterward, just with that adrenaline hit. All those years of doing this, and that adrenaline hit was... It's pretty good.
You're still quite closely involved, aren't you, with Chip Ganassi, and Scott's a very good friend of yours. And you're kind of a driver advisor, aren't you, and a mentor to the guys in the team?
Well, I'm an advisor to the team. I'm not going to tell you the exact words Chip Ganassi used when somebody called me a driver advisor, a driver coach. He said, I pay you too much money just to be a driver advisor. But I sort of look over all facets of the team from a driver's point of view, and I see the sort of weaknesses and try and bolster them and help out, whether it's the drivers, the engineers, the interaction between the two, the technical direction the team's taking, all that stuff, and just using all that experience that really has no other use apart from with racing teams. And I love it. I get to go to the races with a group of people that I really, really like. And I get to work. I get to continue working in racing. That, along with the Formula E commentary and the Goodwood stuff, keeps me really busy.
Are you enjoying that? Sort of outside of the cockpit, looking back in with a microphone in your hand.
Yeah, I do. It's a challenge. It's something. It's not natural. Driving a car was always natural. That is not a natural thing for me. So I'm learning a lot. I've got Jack Nicholls in the booth with me, and that's been really cool. He's young, but he's experienced, and I love commentating with him. The way I always end up doing it, as I like to think that it's him and I. Imagine him and I, just a couple of mates, sitting on the sofa watching a race, and everybody else that's listening in, they're all sitting on the same sort of sofa. So that has been really good fun.
And the Goodwood thing is great fun, isn't it? Because you're a real fan of the history of the sport. You're one of that sort of the few people who really care about what happened before your time.
Oh yeah,
there's not enough of that, I don't think.
No, I mean everybody gets so fixated on what they're doing and where they're going. But I love the history of it. My brother's the same. He's a massive fan of the history of it. And you and I this morning were over there looking at the Lotus 49 display. And I think nowhere does historic racing, I think, better than Goodwood. Whether it's the festival's got all the cars, you can go and stand so close to them. You know, the revival, the members meeting. Although the members meeting was cold last year. But I did get to drive a Lotus 88 twin chassis car thanks to Clive Chapman, so that was pretty special.
Ran one of the fastest circuits in the country in a really kind of wacky 1980s F1. Yeah, it's not all bad, is it?
That's the bizarre thing about my sort of retirement. The doctors said, no, you can't do that. And the insurance company then said, no, you can't do that. And then my family said, you definitely can't do that. So I can't race anything. I can't race an Austin A35, but I can demonstrate a Formula One car. I could jump in that thing of Damon's and go and give it the message around Goodwood, no problem. But I couldn't race.
The Austin A35 race was incredible. Never has anything with 95 horsepower been so terrifying.
I loved watching David Coulthard's face on the in-car, just being terrified. I mean,
Classic.
Probably had the same horsepower as the starter motor in his last F1 car. But
There have been some wonderful events where you've dressed up as your hero, Jim Clark. You've got the period gear on, the helmet, the goggles, in Lotus 25s and the 38 Indy car. It's pretty cool, isn't it?
yeah, that's been a real privilege to drive some of Jim's cars. The next one on the hit list is the 49 over there. The good news is Jim's Zandvoort winner is owned by a friend of mine that lives in Indianapolis, so there's a good chance I'll get to go for a wee spin in that. But Jim Clark's my hero, so when I got asked to drive the 38 at India, first of all I thought they were taking the piss. Quite honestly, I thought it was a wind-up. But I went and got the suit. The same people that made his suit, Hinchman, I got them to make a...
Is that right?
Oh,
Same
yes,
people?
exact
Wow.
replica of the suit, same material, the whole 9 yards. I got the replica helmet done. Jackie lent me his goggles from... I didn't know it was one of his wins. I was wondering why he wanted them back so quickly, but it was from one of his GP wins. I had Jimmy's gloves on. Not his shoes, because his shoes didn't fit, but everything else from my collection of Jim Clark stuff. And off we went.
And it's weird, isn't it? He was a guy who he was killed before you were born.
It was 1968,
yeah.
5 years before I was born.
I always sort of think with people like that, wouldn't it be cool if he was sitting here now?
I think that's where my fascination...
Age 75 or whatever he'd
Yeah,
be.
he'd be older than that. I think that's where my fascination comes,
Maybe 80 when
Henry.
he's born in 36, yeah.
Because, long may this continue, but you can pick up the phone just now and call Jackie. And with Jim, he never had that, so there's that distance which creates a certain fascination, I think. And I think that's actually one of the reasons Jackie doesn't get the recognition he deserves either, because he survived that period.
And for Jim, of course, cut down in his prime in a relatively speaking unimportant race. I think that kind of adds to the allure and the magic of the whole Jim Clark phenomenon, doesn't it?
Yeah, there's definitely a mystique there, isn't there? And I think because of that, and because of the period too, there's not a lot of film of Jim. There's not a lot of try and find footage of Jim talking.
Absolutely.
The first time I heard him talk, I was absolutely spellbound. I was like, oh my God, and there's lots of still pictures in all the various archives, but the actual him talking is very limited. And I think that again adds to that.
Because he was from the borders, wasn't he? So his accent's quite mild when you hear him talk. It's slightly weird.
He has that kind of almost sort of Edinburgh public school accent. And it is. It's very rounded off. And I think someone living in Bermuda, living in Paris, spent a load of time in London, probably changed that a little bit. But you could tell if you ever listened to the Graham Gold interviews with Jim when he gets upset, his accent actually gets a lot stronger.
There's one famous tape, isn't there, where he's having a real rant about the British press.
Quite right, too.
And what do you mean?
I'm not talking about the specialist press. I'm talking about the national press. But yeah. Yeah, he was having a go because of, I think it was to do with the Von Trips accident, wasn't it? And how they basically hounded him after that, and he was up on the farm trying to get away from it all, and they were, hiding behind hedges and stuff, and he was out with his sheepdog.
Formula E, you're enjoying the commentary. It's got a huge following, hasn't it? I mean, the quality of the race teams, the drivers, and the manufacturers now that are putting the technology into it, it's going great guns.
It really is. I'll be honest, season one, when I showed up at the first race, I really thought, I'm not sure where this is going to go. Great idea, but I'm not sure where it's going to go. And it's built, and it continues to build. And obviously, as you said, the drivers are first rate, the teams are first rate. The technology, like it or not, that's the direction we're going in, and it gives the manufacturers a great chance to showcase what they can do. It's the one branch of motorsport, I think, where manufacturers are piling in. As an old school purist, the one thing I struggle with is the cars don't make noise. But I think that's me, because I'll talk to fans of a certain age, a lot younger than me, and they go, well, that's great. We can talk during the race. And I'm thinking, okay, well, that's, so some people love it, some people hate it, as far as not making noise. But the championship has been great. The fact that the cars have got no aero, means the racing's great as well, and you get a lot of passing. And you know, the battery technology is going to move on a step next year. They've got to keep control of that though, because if they just said, okay, have at it, the costs would just go absolutely insane. So they're kind of containing that a little bit, but
they won't be able to. They'll be able to do a race with one car, won't they? They won't have to swap cars.
Yes, that will happen. You know, right now the choice is: do you want one car or do you want faster cars for the next iteration? And I would go with faster cars, and then on the next evolution, it will be probably one car, and they've got a plan for all that. And so no, it has been. It's been a lot of fun. Good places to go to. It's funny talking to the drivers and, you know, from that other side and not maybe understanding a bit of what they're going through. So sometimes they'll say, I'm doing an interview on the grid and they'll be coming on my ear saying, ask them this, ask them this. I'm like, I'm not asking him that because I know how pissed off he is about that and I'm not going to ask him. And then the other thing, there's a great system that I can talk to any of the drivers on their in-car radio. Like I've literally got a board in front of me.
You can have some fun with that, couldn't you?
Oh, you can have, yeah. And I said to the guys, is it okay if I talk to you? I always check with them, is it okay during the race, under caution? And a couple of them have said, talk to me under green. I'm fine with it. So that's quite good fun.
You're right, though. We can make them look sexy. You can make them faster. You can't get around the noise problem.
No.
That'll never change, will it?
No, I mean, we see it because we're traditionalists. We're old school. We love, you know, I saw this car here running at Silverstone recently. I happened to be at Silverstone that day, and I heard this thing fire up, and I was 2 miles away. I went running over like a little kid and started videoing it going round. So we grew up in that generation, but there is a completely different generation and a different series of fans who don't have any interest in that, and that's so we see it as a problem, and other people see it as an advantage. But like I say, that's where we're going, I think.
Well, we'll be listening. Enjoy it, won't you? You're still having a lot of fun out there, aren't you?
Oh, absolutely. I'm going to have some fun later as well. I'm going to go for a little tour around the show, see what I can see, go to the bookshops and the model shops, and I'm sure I'll be spending a few quid there.
Great stuff. Always a pleasure, mate. Great to see you. Ladies and gentlemen, show your appreciation for Dario Franchitti.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, mate. Right. In about 20 minutes' time, I'll be talking to 4 of Britain's best racers. British Touring Car Championship stars Matt Neal, Gordon Shedden, Andrew Jordan and Colin Turkington will be here to look back on 2016 and their plans for domination of Britain's biggest race series in 2017. Don't go too far away. Right, it's bold, it's brash, it's a little bit bonkers, but actually it's brilliant. We're talking about the British Touring Car Championship, and my 4 guests now have won 6,894 races between them over the past 300 years. Please welcome, in any sort of order, I don't know what they're going to do to me, Matt Neal, Gordon Shedden, Andrew Jordan, and Colin Turkington.
How many races was it we won?
6,933. Have they got, is there one for me? Oh, there is, that's good. Did you come out in height order or talent order or respect order or
Looks, I think.
looks?
Probably
Yeah.
probably age order.
Yes. Are you the oldest, Matthew? Are you?
Can we move on?
Yeah. Yeah, but you've still got it though, haven't you?
Well,
You've still got it.
every now and then I always bump into Gabriele Tarquini doing the World Touring Cars. And Gabriele's, what, is he 53 now?
He raced against your old man in minis, didn't he, in the 60s?
He is properly on it. And I always, whenever I see him, I always put my arm around him and say, Gabriele, as long as you're still getting, there's a few more laps left in me yet, so.
We'll recap on 2016, fellas, and talk a little bit about the future. It all went wrong for you at the end, didn't it? It was a bit of a nasty moment at Brands, especially when you watch it on the onboard.
Yeah, I was pretty gutted. Yeah, I was gutted. It was, it's one of the components went down on the car, a Cosworth component, which runs the fly-by-wire throttle, which has never gone in the championship ever before, and they still don't understand why it failed and stopped working. And so if, okay, Ashley Sutton got in the back of me and put me into the barriers, but if that was only because I'd taken my foot off the throttle ostensibly. So, and if that hadn't happened, I was out the race anyway. So it wasn't my time.
So Ashley wasn't running scared then, from Team Neil afterwards. It was a genuine. Sorry, mate.
Yeah, it was a genuine one. Yeah.
I mean, the team dynamics is so good now. I mean, you guys you're there every weekend, aren't you?
I think the combination of me and Buggerlugs here, and and the Honda package, AJ enjoyed it when he was in the family sort of fold. So we might not win every weekend, or we might have a few barren ones, but we're there and thereabouts, and we know we got a great car this year. I think the BM's going to be very fast. The Subaru's going to be there, which it wasn't at the beginning of last year. So we're under no illusion of the opposition, but with the handicapping system, we should win races, and a bit of luck, you might be in the hunt at the end.
And this is going to be your
7,000th
season,
468th season.
Yeah, amazing. But you still get motivated every time you climb in the car. You still want to do it, don't you?
Oh yeah. I mean, you go back 4 years ago, I did get into sort of a bit of a do I want to do this anymore? And then I sort of I had a rethink and everything, and then we're lucky as hell to be out there doing it. And there's no other championship in the UK which can equal it for profile, for racing. I've obviously got a foot in the World Touring Car camp with the Eurosport stuff. And I say to the guys out there, they go, oh yeah, Britain's good, but it's a national series and this is a world championship. I say to them, you need to come and try it, man, because the racing is brutal. It is brutal, and that's only one word you can use to describe it. And you blink in qualifying and you're out the top 15 or 20.
And the grandstands are packed everywhere, aren't they?
Yeah, and you get people cheering you get people booing you as well, because you've obviously got Jason's fans and they don't like Colin anymore. So,
are there any Jason Plato fans in the house?
Nicely diverted that, wasn't it? So.
I'm a Plato fan, he's cool. Flash, I think at the midpoint of 2016, after 15 races, you were 9th in the championship, and then you went and won it.
Yeah, I just say I thought I was sitting pretty at that point. I was asking for team orders to come in about halfway through the season. He scuppered that one, didn't he?
Yeah. And he suddenly found 3/10 a lap everywhere. Yeah. What happened?
Just giving everyone a chance in the first half, obviously. Keep it exciting. No, I mean, the cards didn't fall my way. I don't really think I did a lot wrong in the first half of the year. I just didn't get to the end of enough races. That was the kind of simple kind of thing. But it was such a strange one, because from the midway point through the year, there's absolutely no way I should have won that championship. Not from that far back, not from 50 odd points back. But everybody had so many dramas as the second half of the year unfolded that it just kind of ended up it was like nobody wanted to win it. You know, everyone had their problems, but it just kind of fell my way in the end.
Amazing. I mean, you did have some pretty bad luck, didn't you? Which I guess that has to change at some point.
But everybody has their tale of woe. You know, everyone's got the what if, and you know, had this not happened, if this didn't happen. It just all seemed to happen for me at the start, and for a lot of others, it kind of went wrong.
Can I just interject? Because when he started with the team, I'm one of the most annoyingly superstitious people out there. I annoy myself, and he was not superstitious at all. And in 2015. The first half of the year, he was having a pretty bum year. And so then halfway through the season, he arrives with the boots. He won in 2012, was it? And I'm going, they're the wrong colour boots. Well, I couldn't find my other ones, so I've had to wear these. And the second half of his season was blinding, and he won the championship. So
I can see the story on Autosport.com now.
The boots came out.
It's all about the boots.
The boots came out. These same boots from 2012 came out mid-season this year. And I wasn't happy about this. So I got the boots out, which I'd still got in some drawer somewhere from when I won the championship in 05 in the Integra. So just to try and trump him. And then at the last meeting, okay, we're getting changed in the office and everything. And he's got his suit on, and he sort of slowly unzips his suit, and he's got he pulls it apart like Superman. He's got all his underwear from his championship the year before. And goes,
he's got a 100+ wheels Matt Neal T-shirt from 1991.
He'd outdone me. I was proper gutted.
Brilliant. Colin, some big news dropped yesterday. You are no longer with Team BMR and not racing the Subaru anymore. That's. I'm glad I logged on yesterday, to be honest. Otherwise, I'd have been going, "Oh, Subaru, you can win the championship this year, can't you?"
Yeah, you know, that's how things go. You know, I guess if you asked me at the start of this season, you know, I didn't think that would have happened. But you know, looking back at 2016, it was it was a great season on the whole. It's you know, finishing fourth, I guess, isn't where you want to be, but from where the project started, it was a great achievement. You know, they only put the team only put the seat in my car on the Friday night of Brands Hatch. So we started the season with absolutely no testing. You know, I into Paddock Hill Bend and Saturday morning of free practice one, and I didn't know if the car was going to turn right or left, but you know, the guys had done a great job, and you know, we had a difficult start to the season. First three meetings were really tough, and obviously having to withdraw from Thruxton on safety grounds was the most difficult point of the season. But you know, given a bit of time, we got our act together, and you know, the season really built. To come back at Oulton Park and take the first pole and first win for Subaru ever in BTCC was a special moment and definitely a career highlight. So. You know, I look back fondly with my time at Subaru, but it's now just come time to move on.
Did you find the switch back to rear-wheel drive no problem, having had a year in the front-wheel drive VW?
Yeah, it was like putting a pair of slippers on. Yeah, it was
or a pair of Flash's horrible old boots.
Yeah, thankfully I didn't have to do that, but yeah, it was. Driving rear-wheel drive has always been my thing. It's what I've enjoyed. So it was. You know, going from the BMW to the Volkswagen, I found extremely difficult because, you know, I had been ingrained for such a long time in driving a rear-wheel drive touring car, and I had to coach myself every time I jumped in the VW to make sure I was doing the right things, because it was so easy to fall into default mode and be driving the car like a rear-wheel drive. So. Yeah, I really enjoyed last year because I was driving something I knew, and you know, I knew how to exploit the rear-wheel drive car. So who knows? You know, that's what I like doing and I want to keep doing.
AJ, you're going rear-wheel drive this year, aren't you? Which is cool.
Yeah, looking forward.
As everyone knows, the front wheels are for steering, aren't they?
The Honda boys wouldn't agree with that, but yeah. Yeah, really, really excited. Was chatting to Colin earlier about it, and obviously the rear-wheel drive thing's new to me in terms of touring cars. I've driven other things that have been rear-wheel drive, just normally with a bit less grip than we've got in a touring car. But had 3 days in it before Christmas, and really, really enjoyed driving it. And seem to get on well. You know, you don't really know completely because there's no one else there, but going on data and feel, I was very happy in the car. So can't wait to get going with it.
Any concerns that you get settled at a team and then you switch and...
I haven't moved teams very often, have I?
Not this year.
Not this year. No. There's still time. Well, I've signed a 2-year deal with West Surrey to stop that happening, but no, it's 100% you want continuity, and I had that when with Eurotech with the family team, and you do get settled in. You know, you look at Gordon, how long he's been there, you settle in, and you get to know everyone. So, if there's no reason to move, then I won't move. It's as simple as that, and I'm very hopeful and pretty sure that I won't be moving from West Surrey. I've been very, very impressed with them, and in my opinion, there's 2 teams in British touring cars, and I'll probably get slated for being disrespectful to other people, but it's Dynamics and it's West Surrey. You know, they're there every weekend, every year, and as Matt said, you might not win at every event, but you're there or thereabouts picking up the points, always rolling out a quick car in the ballpark, and that's not been nasty to anyone else. It's just, if you look at the stats over the years, it's West Surrey and Team Dynamics have been there or thereabouts every year. So very proud to be driving there, very proud to be driving for BMW, and seriously very, very confident going into the championship that if we get a bit of luck and get the odd reverse grid, that come the end of the year we'll challenge for the championship.
I mean, you were challenging at the end of last year, weren't you, with Motorbase?
Yeah, until I had a bit of a head-on at Druids, which...
It stopped quite quickly, didn't it? You weren't going very quick, but
God,
yeah.
I don't know. My voice went a bit funny after that.
Did
Bloody
it?
hell, yeah. So that put a scupper to we had an outside chance of winning it, which realistically wasn't going to happen. But we just weren't consistent enough. You know, we as Gordon said, everyone has their bad luck and stuff. But when we didn't have the bad luck, we didn't score high enough enough times. So that's the way it goes. We won some races, and just going to focus on and enjoy my racing. It's easy to, we all want to win, that's why we do it, but it's very easy to just over-focus on that, and Matt said we're lucky to do it, so I just want to enjoy it and have some fun with it.
What's the secret, Matt? I mean, you've got 30 races, and there are half a dozen guys in with a shout at the championship going into the last race on the last afternoon.
I think anyone who watched or listened to Nico Rosberg's interview is taking every race as it comes, and just focusing on that one and not worrying about the big picture. I mean, where we were at the because neither of us were leading, but we had a good mathematical chance of getting the title this year. We went into the final weekend against the other guys and toured off very, very relaxed, but knowing that we could throw all caution to the wind, and by chance one of us might get through, and that came off. It worked.
Have you still got a 4th championship in you? Because you might to match your old mate Andy Rouse, because you're very close to his wins tally now, aren't you?
Well, he's got annoyingly close to me on mine now as well. So no, I told him last year was my turn, but
are you on 58 or 59?
I'm not. I've no idea.
Oh, God.
I'm not Jason.
Rouse is on 60.
He's on. Yeah.
So I think you are a couple of wins away from.
Yeah, I'm somewhere abouts, but you just need some luck on your side. I think we've got a great car. I'm under no illusion of the opposition. I think the BMW should have won it last year, really, but we nicked it off them at the death. The Subaru had a rough start to the season, and it'll be there and thereabouts. If this man gets back in the BMW, and the combination of him and Andy and another, it's going to be a mighty strong package to go up against. So, we're under no illusion, but you get the luck on your side, you get the car working for you, and it's just, as Flash has always said, it's just staying in the hunt till you get to the business part of the season, because then you all roll your sleeves up, and you just need the dice to roll your way.
AJ's right, though, isn't it? Dynamics and West Surrey have been in it forever, and it's difficult for new teams to come in and hit that sweet spot over the course of the season.
Yeah, our problem is a Honda between me, AJ, and Flash has won 5 out of the last 6 championships, and he's upset at the apple cart and won the other one. So, it's we've almost had our turn, but we're still there. I think Alan still wants us there in the mix. We're good entertainment. We're good to be beaten, if not to win it. So. But we want to win it. We want to win it again, of course.
Flash, you obviously want a 4th championship before he nicks one, don't you? Even though you're mates.
I mean, it's It's such a kind of.
I'm going to hide his lucky boots this year. They are going in the bin.
He's starting to sound a little bit bitter, isn't he?
Starting. No, I mean it was fantastic to win 4, but it was fantastic to win 1. You know, and in the second one and in the third one, and it's you know, I'm very lucky to do what I do. I think that trophy, and it's really special. You know, I'm proud to be part of it, and yeah, for me, I could do 3 on the back. That'd be pretty cool because it's been third championship. It just depends on competitive wise with the car. So yeah, we'll see what happens.
About the new Civic.
Yeah, well, on the team dynamic stand, and pretty well. You don't need to go and try and reinvent the wheel. And to be fair, any in their car over the winter is talking a load of rubbish because the rules. I guess for us, it's actually the first time in about 7 or 8 years when we're actually going to use the same car. You know, we've always been building a new car. Every winter we've delivered something new, whether it was a totally different engine package last year, it was Type R the year before, it was the Tourer, you know, before that. But now we actually have a bit of time to develop the car. So, yeah, we're looking forward to starting the season, hopefully on the front foot rather than on the back foot, which it's been for the last few years.
One of the other main things is Dunlop are bringing a new tyre in for us and a new regulation. It's a bigger, stronger tyre, but they're also changing the rules. We have to run an option tyre in one of the 3 races over the weekend, which has always been Bath Trucks has always been a soft tyre. This year, at half the races, it's going to be a soft tyre. At half the races, it's going to be a harder tyre. So instead of going onto your option, which is going to be more grip, you're going as less grip, and that's a different dynamic altogether. So. And it's whether that's going to suit rear-wheel drives, front-wheel drives, or, you know, that's going to throw it all around.
Yeah, and it has to work at Knockhill, and it has to work around the back at Thruxton, doesn't it?
It is a different, you know, we've tested on it. Colin and I tested on it last year, and it is a different thing. So it's going to be which teams can get their heads, and drivers can get their heads around that fast enough. And, you know, and a lot of the times you can't test at the circuits you're going to race at after the season starts. So you're going into each weekend's an unknown, and it's how fast you can get the data and get through it.
Do you have to choose which tyre before the weekend?
No, they tell us. We know already which circuits. I'm pretty sure, don't we? We know already which circuits we've got to run the hard tyre and which the soft tyre.
They decide for you. Okay. Cool.
So it's going to be tricky with the hard tyre at the beginning of the season. You know, forget 2 years ago, it snowed at the first race meeting. And I think have we got to run the hard one at Brands? I'm not sure. I don't know.
I don't know.
They'll tell me.
Colin, what are we going to see you out in? Is there a chance you'll be in a West Surrey Racing BMW?
It depends who you listen to. You know, every time I lifted the paper before Christmas, somebody was retiring. So maybe we should go down that route. But the rumor mill is obviously going, but. You know, my exit from BMR was only yesterday, so you know I need some time, I guess, to absorb the news and work out the next path. But you know, number one in any driver's mind is putting yourself in the most competitive car, the best team. You have to give yourself the best chance to win. So you know, that's my focus right now, and. You know, of course, I want to definitely stay in BTCC. You know, I love the championship. You know, grew up watching it. Grew up watching Matt racing. So you know, still want to be there, competing and winning. You know, I've still got the hunger for it.
Were you still at school when he started?
Oh, very much so. Yeah, primary school.
I'll tell you what. I went to Jersey with my family, and my young boys. And we were having a meal in this restaurant. There was another family, Irish family in there, and it was him as a kid. And
yeah, the gypsies were there too. The Irish gypsies turned up, so
we couldn't get on the car park for the caravans.
All that fresh tarmac everywhere. Yeah. Do you remember that?
Very, very fondly. Yeah, it was. You know, I grew up. You know, watching the championship, and you know, Matt was obviously in it then. But you know, I was at the age I was too frightened to even go over and ask for his autographs. I still am a bit, actually. So yeah, had to send my dad over. But yeah, that's you know, I remember that fondly. You know, seeing Matt in the hotel. So
But joking apart, you've got a couple of problems, haven't you? There's not much time until the start of the season, and there aren't that many, if any, top seats available still, because you're not going to drive for any old fool, are you?
well, hopefully not. You know, it's you know, I've made a good job of that in the past, and you know, making the right move at the right time, and you know,
there's a seat in Team Hard apparently.
You'll get a word in a minute, mate. Yeah. Where were we? Yeah. So you're ear close to the ground and fingers crossed, I suppose.
Yeah, pretty much. You know, well, I'll continue to work hard over the next few weeks and make something happen. I'm sure of that. You know, I've been in this position a few times before, and it's always turned out okay for me. So yeah, I'll be fine.
Cool. AJ, you've tested the BMW, haven't you? And you kind of gave it a glowing report, didn't you, from day one?
Yeah, as Matt said, we've got the new bigger tyre and managed to get some dry running and on the big tyre, which was nice because normally you go testing that time of the year and it's frosted over and you don't get anything really worthwhile done. So yeah, it was good to get in, and obviously I've been asked a lot what the switch to rear drive was going to be like, and you don't truly know until you get to a race and race hard against people, because obviously the rear wheel drive car is probably a bit harder to actually race with having contact with other cars, but I won't be able to learn that until we get stuck in. But yeah, very very confident that the pace will be good. I enjoy driving it, and yeah, it was just like a historic car just with a bit more grip.
And you've had the livery launch, haven't you?
Yeah, it looks bright.
Pertec's still on board?
Yeah, they're on board. I've got another 2 years left with them, so that's something I'm proud of as well. I've been with them since 2005, so to have them now on you know, a primary sponsor with West Surrey and a BMW is really really cool. So the aim is obviously to try and win a second championship. You know, I feel very outnumbered up here now. I've only won one, so I want to try and win another one or another two over the next few years. But it'll be tough. The competition's always really really strong. But yeah, really really motivated and up for the fight.
And you're doing lots of historic racing still?
Yes,
and obviously, your kind of family firm preparing lots of cars for that.
Yeah, really busy with that, and you know, that's everything I do is pretty much with cars. So it's cool to go into our workshop with a huge variety of different cars we're building for people, and a few of our own to go and have our fun. No pressure racing against normally these guys at Goodwood, which is good fun, and do some track testing for Goodwood also, and get to drive. You know, last year I drove some lovely cars, a Porsche 962, Porsche GT1. So yeah, pretty lucky to drive lots of nice things like that.
Okay, guys, quickly, favourite ever touring car on which circuit?
I'd like it if we could all ask each other a question. Because I'd say, Colin, you're great at the corporate stuff.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
We all
That's
want
a
to
good
know what
idea,
really
yeah.
happened last year.
Because he's done a great job of diverting the question so far.
Come
so
on, Colin.
Come on.
Henry, have
Tell
we not
every-
only 10-minute slot here?
Come on, Colin.
Go on, just run us through the Croft weekend.
Come on, Colin. Tell everyone here what you were
Brilliant.
telling us.
You don't get this
what
on
went
ITV4, I can tell you.
What went on last year? Tell everyone what you were telling us. What
And
went
who
on
wants
last
to hear
year.
that?
Come on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm really
We've
short on
got
time.
as much time as you want, Chief.
So where shall we start this?
At the beginning.
Go on then, mate.
Is this going to get me fired?
It got him fired.
Yeah, I've already been fired. So
Is this going to crash the live stream?
you know, before
You don't have to answer that, mate. It's all right. It's okay.
No, but, you know, before we, you know, I started with, you know, with Jason. That's what everybody wants to know, really, isn't it? You know, people expected fireworks and expected fallouts and all bits and pieces, you know. But you know, it was quite clear to both of us in the beginning that the only way we could make progress is if we work together, and certainly that's how we started. And you know, the Subaru really developed very quickly. You know, by with no testing, and we come to the fourth event where we're winning. So it was. You know, it was a super job by everybody, but you know, we're both competitive animals. You know, we both really want to win, and yeah, it's always difficult whenever you know you have the team boss, not really the team boss. You know, he's driving as well, so there's nobody there really to lay down the law. So yeah, we both want to win races, and that means
Has this story started yet?
I'm trying to navigate my way out of it. So yeah, sometimes you both end up on the same bit of tarmac.
Don't worry, AJ's next.
Yeah, shall I rescue you?
Yeah, let's move on.
Put your mic down. Come on. What's he talking about?
I don't know. What's my question?
You're all right, mate.
You got to. Have you got anything to ask these nice boys?
No, I thought Matt was asking the questions.
Are you gutted you're not in SpongeBob and SquarePants this year?
Yeah, I'm really gutted, mate. Yeah.
What? Yeah. What? Who's SpongeBob SquarePants?
The yellow peril over there.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Anything else? Can you answer my original question? Favourite touring car, favourite circuit? Nissan Primera Bathurst.
Yeah?
Yeah.
There you go.
Which you told me about was for your race of my life in Autosport.
Yeah. I mean, not always the ones, and I learned this from a young age. When I was doing motocross, because I wasn't the best at it, but I tried, and sometimes I'd finish a race and I knew I'd ridden the best I could. And Bathurst, we did the best. We overachieved with what we had down there. We finished second, but we knew because we'd overachieved and what we had achieved. That was probably one of my best races over the first win, over the championship wins. That was one of the real precious ones for me.
It's a mental place, isn't it? You don't appreciate how narrow and steep and quick it is.
The fans are mental. I came back here and I said all the people I've met before in Australia are from the coast. You go to Bathurst, you meet the people from inside Australia, and you realise why we shipped their ancestors down there 200 years ago. Then, so there is some very, very entertaining characters down there.
Flash, quick. Yeah.
It's just like Birmingham, isn't it?
Birmingham Super Prix. That was a cool track.
Just like Stuart Lyons.
Fuel Factory.
Full factory.
Favourite car, favourite track?
I
bet he says Knock Hill.
No, I'm with you on the Bathurst thing, but I think probably the old RS 500s, the Sierras, because I think that was back in the days when you actually had too much power for the grip that you actually had available. And obviously, I haven't driven one, I haven't raced one. But
you haven't driven one?
No.
So that sort of defeats the object of the game, doesn't it?
Well, you just said which would it be?
Yeah, no, that you've driven.
Oh, for me?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Well, obviously the cars that you win the championships in are the ones that you like. But the Honda Integra, which I started with in 2006, will hold a very special place in my heart because that was how the kind of chapter of touring car racing started for me.
What's the best track on the BTCC calendar?
I mean, we should have 10 rounds at Knock Hill. I think that would really kind of be a bit of a leveler.
Gordon's wife runs Knock Hill. Yeah, and you work there, don't you?
Yeah. I think it's the old school circuits that I like, the ones with a bit of undulation, they require a bit of a deep breath. So, okay, Knock Hill, fine, people expect me to say that, but Donington, Oulton, Brands GP are all the ones which are good.
Colin? Mondello? First win? Did you have your first win at Mondello?
No, I don't know. No, I'm a first win at Brands Hatch, actually, yeah. I grew up racing in just in Northern Ireland, and we only had the one track, Kirkuson, so...
You know that we there's a random fact. When we were both coming through, we both raced the Fiesta Championship, which supported touring cars at the time because Clios didn't exist, and we actually both won that championship in the same car. There you go.
In different years.
Obviously.
Yes.
Sure.
I'm just checking you're awake.
Yeah.
And then he bought it and rolled it and killed it, didn't you?
But I had to. It's in my museum now. The little Fiesta. Yeah.
The ex-Gordon Shedden Fiestas in your museum. How uncomfortable for you.
There's an old pair of his boots in there actually.
Oh, AJ, best touring car you've raced and where?
Thruxton is my favourite circuit. You have fond memories with obviously with the Honda winning the championship. But I actually did drive an RS 500 last year, which was really impressive. There's a cool demonstration of them over there, or display of them. And they were it amazed me that the size of tyre and the amount of power it had and how underdeveloped it was. We get used to these cars that are really well developed, lots of money spent on damping and stuff like that. and they were just pretty brutal. I was amazed at how quick it was, but also how underdeveloped it was in terms of suspension. So you really had to drive those things. So yeah, the Honda win the championship obviously was very special. But if you could go back in time, I think if you could put everyone on the grid in an RS500, it would probably be carnage, but it would be quite cool to see.
I remember Rob Gravett on those trick Yokohamas in an RS500 round the back at Thruxton. That's proper, isn't it?
What year was that?
90?
I was one then.
Matt had been in it 10
I was
years.
one.
Yeah. Were you in it in 90? No, 91 you started, didn't you? Yeah.
I was two.
Were you two in You were two in 1991 when he started. You look good on it. You do.
I don't feel it.
Shall we stop now, shall we? Shall we go for lunch? Not necessarily together, because I know you wouldn't want to do that, would you?
You're asking us all out for a date or something?
No, I'm not. No. Let's quit while we're sort of ahead. Guys, always good fun. Thank you very much indeed. Have great seasons. I wish you all the best. Ladies and gents, it's been epic. Matt Neal, Gordon Shedden, Colin Turkington and Andrew Jordan. Thanks, fellas. We're going to take a short break here on the Autosport stage. Stay with us if you're on the live stream on autosport.com, motorsport.com and motor1.com. Great guests coming over the course of the afternoon. Stay close to the stage. We've got some great people coming up here on Autosport International Saturday. Okay, good afternoon, race fans. Welcome to the live stage here on the Autosport and Williams Racing stands on Autosport International Saturday for 2017. And a very special welcome to you if you're joining us on the live stream around the world. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be. Going to be talking to a young British racer now who 11 years ago stood on this stage as the winner of the McLaren Autosport BRDC Award. He won the series and in GP2. He's now a star of the all-electric Formula E Championship, as well as being a tester for McLaren. Please welcome Oliver Turvey. Have a seat, Oliver. Good to see you, mate. Happy New Year.
Thanks. Happy New Year to you.
You've come in the proper gear, I see. That's always good.
Yeah. Well, no, very proud to be racing in Formula E for Next EV Neo. Yeah, it's a fantastic championship. Very high level of drivers, and really close racing.
We'll come on to Formula E and its particular nuances in a minute. Let me take you back to 2006 when you stood up here as winner of McLaren Autosport BRDC Award. Great memories. And doors began to open for you, didn't they?
Yeah, definitely. It was a huge point in my career, winning the McLaren Autosport BRDC Young Driver of the Year award. And up until that point, I'd always been struggling for money and for funds to keep on racing. And it was a really tough few years. And I saw the award as a big opportunity, and it really did change my career. And it gave me the opportunities to progress. And I got the funding from the Racing Steps Foundation. And progressed through World Series by Renault, GP2, and to be where I am today as a Formula One test driver for McLaren and Honda, and also for racing in Formula E with Next EV Neo.
It's daunting, isn't it, for a young driver to be put under that sort of scrutiny over 2 days at Silverstone, watched by your Derek Warwicks and your Jason Platos, etc., and to jump in and out of different cars at a moment's notice. Tough for how old were you, 18, 19?
Yeah, no, it's really a really tough award, and but I think that's why some great drivers have won the award and gone on to great things. And it is I saw it as a great opportunity, and the 2 days I did in the different cars was phenomenal experience just to be part of the final. And it was an amazing moment to be at the Grosvenor House and hear my name called out as the winner.
It does put pressure on you, though, doesn't it, to continue that momentum? You're handed that baton and that golden opportunity. You've got to run with it, haven't you?
Yeah, exactly. There's been so many, hugely successful drivers win the award, and it's something that I always have remembered and very proud of. And it's something that you want to achieve great things for all the help and support you've had.
So 11 years on, you're still with the McLaren stable, with testing the Formula One for the Formula One team. What does that involve? It's mostly simulation, isn't it now?
Yeah, no. I mean, as part of the award, I got a prize test with the Formula One team, and that test went well, and they signed me as a test driver, and I'm now starting my 8th season as a test driver for McLaren. And I'm doing a lot of work on the simulator back in the factory, trying to help develop the car, and working on setup for race weekends, and trying to support Fernando and Stoffel this season.
It's difficult for the layman to understand how good these simulators are. I mean, they're shrouded in secrecy. They're multi-million-pound bits of kit. Are they really that accurate?
Yeah, it's it's a phenomenal piece of tool and equipment, and it's the level of them is very advanced, and it really feels like you're driving a real car, and you can feel small setup changes. You have a lot less variability than actually at the track, because there's a lot of fixed. The tires don't degrade, you don't have any wind, and these things. So it's actually a more pure kind of testing environment, and we work very closely with all the engineers and in developing parts that go to Grand Prix.
Not quite as expensive when you crash either, is it?
Yeah, exactly. So you can really find the limit and crash many times.
Can you make finite adjustments to wings and tyre pressures, and can you simulate wind, crosswind, headwind, tyre deck? You can't.
You can simulate everything really. It's how advanced the model is, and we have a team of engineers that work full time on the simulator model, and it's always continually developing like the real car. And because it's a virtual model, you can effectively change anything. So it's hugely powerful in developing the car.
They're only as clever as the guys who write the software, aren't they?
Yeah.
That's the truth of it, isn't it? Do you have a sense of real sort of hope for McLaren Honda? Do you sense that progress is very high?
Yeah, no, it's been a tough few years, but we've seen progress over the last season, and everyone's working extremely hard and to get the team back to winning ways.
Formula E, that keeps you race fit, doesn't it, and race sharp. It's really taken off in a big way. There is so much interest in it, and look at the sort of teams and the sort of drivers that it's attracted, and now the manufacturers, of course, are throwing their weight behind it, aren't they?
Yeah, no, I think Formula E has established itself now after 2 full seasons, and now we're in the 3rd season. I'm really proud to be racing in Formula E, and I think it's a very high level. The level of the drivers in the championship is extremely high. There's people can win races all across the grid, so it's an exciting championship, close racing, always on street tracks, which is always fun. I've always loved racing on street tracks, and won my first time in Monaco in World Series by Renault. And I'm really enjoying the championship. Proud to be part of Next TV Neo team. They've put a huge effort into the team since last season, and we saw a huge change over the winter in the team and the car, and we got a front row lockout, the first in Formula E in Hong Kong. So it's really thanks to all those guys for all their effort.
And your teammate is Nelson Piquet Jr., who was GP2 champion. Finished on the podium in Formula One. Good benchmark to go up against?
Yeah, he's an extremely good benchmark. He's always quick every time he gets in the car. And last year was my first full season because I only joined Next TV Neo at the end of season 1, and when Nelson won the championship. So I had the champion alongside me last year, and he was always a great benchmark. And I was pleased with my performance last year, and even though we had a tough season as a team, but this season has been a big change, and we're both pushing very hard to improve the team, and to make steps forward, and to try and win a world championship.
How did you feel about when you first got in the car? The sensation of what it was like to drive. They're different, aren't they? They don't make any noise, which must be weird for a guy who's driven powerful single-seaters.
Yeah, it was the first time I drove was in London, in Battersea Park, and it was the first time you pull out the garage is a very strange sensation because you can't hear anything, and then you just put your foot on the throttle and the car moves. So it's it's a little bit different, but you get used to it very quickly. And actually on track you can hear the electric motor. So it's kind of there is a kind of the noise of the motor, and you hear other parts of the suspension and tires, and there's all these weird noises from the car, which is something different to other cars.
Was the immediate sensation one of not huge amounts of power and speed? Did it feel a little bit underwhelming at first?
I think the level, because the racing is on street tracks. Actually always on a street track when you get close to the wall, it still feels quick. So it's certainly in qualifying when you have one lap at 200 kilowatts. It feels quick, and it's still a challenge getting close to the wall and not hitting them. So. They're fun cars to drive. The racing is always fun. There's a lot of managing the energy in the race, and being efficient with your driving and working with the team on the strategy side. So it's always exciting races, and I'm really proud to be part of the series.
Almost like a real life simulator. all the things you've got to think about.
Yeah, there's a lot to think about in the race, and you're kind of always talking with your engineer, and having to manage a lot in the race, and also there's a lot of we have a lot of development of the powertrain, and that's an exciting part of the championship, that you were able to develop the electric kind of technology that will hopefully benefit road cars in the future.
Back to McLaren and simulation. You've got young Lando Norris now, haven't you? Part of his prize for winning McLaren Autosport BRDC last year was these kind of vital sessions in the simulator. What are you going to expect from him, and what can he expect?
No, it's. I think what Lando did last year, winning 3 championships, was very impressive. And obviously, now he's won the McLaren Autosport Young Driver of the Year, and he's got a fantastic opportunity to be part of McLaren and contribute to the development program in the simulator. So looking forward to working with him and seeing him in the factory.
Good stuff. Always good to see you, Ollie. Thanks for joining us. Have a great season. Ladies and gentlemen, Oliver Turvey.
Thanks.
Thanks, mate. Cheers. We're going to take a break now on the Autosport main stage. We'll be back after lunch with some great guests. Dario Franchitti will be back on, and we'll meet new Williams Formula One driver Lance Stroll as well to talk about his aspirations for 2017. So back on just after 2 o'clock. Folks, we have a few minutes for one more guest before we break for lunch, and at 2 o'clock I'll be talking to the legendary scribe Nigel Roebuck, who returns to the Autosport fold. At 2:30 we'll meet Williams' new recruit Lance Stroll. I'll be talking to Dario Franchitti and Johnny Herbert over the course of the afternoon. First though, I'd like to introduce to you from Coys, James Good, who's here to talk about the legendary Autosport International auction and a very important charity that's behind that. James. I had a little wander around earlier, and I want the Vauxhall Chevette, but I've forgotten my checkbook. Do you do credit?
We'll take anything. Cash, credit, animals, anything you like.
Perfect. There's some great bits of kit over there. Just talk us through some of the highlights, some of the things that you expect to do well.
Well, we have a vast selection of various cars on our stand, ranging from a no-reserve Techno with a Ducati engine sequential gearbox from 1964 to Liberace Cadillac, Facel Vega, very stylish, very unusual, extremely rare, Ferrari Dino, a project car, it's an Isso Revolta, which we've received many, many inquiries from the States and from Europe. So there's a huge cross-section.
That's the same Isso Revolta who was involved with Frank Williams many years ago.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Yeah.
And where do you get the cars from? Do you target specific cars for this sort of audience?
The Autosport show, it attracts a certain audience, so we do tend to try and channel our thoughts and our energies towards more the sports car, the petrol head car, the race cars, that kind of type, or something slightly unusual or that has a story to it, rather than the classic sort of 1928 Rolls-Royce.
And you never know, do you, who's going to be in the audience and where the interest lies? That's the fascinating part of auctions, isn't it?
It is. I mean, we really don't know. I mean, as you can see, there's 100,000 people here a day. We never know who's going to walk through our stand. It could be famous or not, or somebody has a private collection. They may even view on the Thursday and we wouldn't know it, and then just do a telephone bid. So we never know, which is great.
And you have anonymous bidders too, don't you? You have people sort of hiding away, extremely wealthy, well-known collectors who have their spies out and about looking for stuff.
That's right, we do. And invariably, we have a telephone number which we give a call on the day, and they're sitting on the back of their yacht somewhere in the South Pacific or something.
How awful.
Dreadful.
Coy's involved heavily with this charity. Tell us more about that.
We've been involved with a charity which is headed up by Zoom for the last few years, and the charity has been the Great Ormond Street charity. We've actually changed now, really as a result of Bernie Ecclestone, who has endorsed this charity auction which we do. This charity now is the Starlight Foundation, which is a wonderful charity for, sadly, very sick children who have a dream to go on a certain holiday. And this charity auction which we do is very, very unique. The team principals of every Formula One team and all the Formula One drivers get given a camera and they photograph anything they wish throughout the whole of the Formula One season, whether they're at leisure, on their holiday, or at home, or even in the workplace, whether it's from their car or from the pits or wherever. And some of the pictures, which I think may be available
We've
to see.
got them on the screen there. Yeah, wonderful.
Jensen Button, clearly on some extraordinary holiday somewhere. There's various other ones,
Kimi
Kimi
Räikkönen,
Räikkönen.
yeah.
They're all extraordinary. They're all up for auction on February the 3rd at the Intercontinental Hotel in Park Lane in London. And it's a fantastic organisation. It's for a great charity, and it is attended by a lot of the luminaries of the sport, and we're very proud of it.
And how lovely that you don't know what you're going to get. You develop those cameras. There's going to be all sorts of weird and wonderful things in there.
We have no idea. I mean, last year we had a photograph taken by Bernie Ecclestone of a chalet. Whether it was his or not, we don't know. But it really is great. And when we get them all up there on the easels, in the room, and it's 300-400 people there every year, and it really is. It's a great opportunity.
What sort of money are you expecting them to go for?
Well, they'll range anything from maybe £70 to £80 right up to maybe £3,000, £4,000, £5,000 upwards. We never know. It just depends who's the driver or who's the principal that took the photograph. Is it interesting? You know, Kimi Räikkönen and a cat or something. You don't know.
Perfect. And when's the big sale?
The big sale here is 2 o'clock this afternoon, which is very shortly. So if anybody is desperately seeking something a bit different to put in the garage, please do come along.
I'll be over to snaffle a Chevette.
Pleasure.
Perfect. Thank you, James. Good to see you.
Thank you.
James Good, ladies and gentlemen, from Coys. Thank you, James. I'll be back in just over an hour's time. We'll be talking to Nigel Roebuck, legendary Formula One journalist, who for many years penned his 5th column in Autosport. He's back under the Autosport umbrella for 2017. And we'll also meet Lance Stroll, new Williams Formula One driver for 2017. So back in action in just over an hour's time here on the live stage at Autosport International.
It's like we can't stop, we're enemies, but we get along when I'm inside you. Hey, you're like a drug that's killing me. I could.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the live stage here at Autosport International for 2017. My name is Henry Hope Frost. A real pleasure to be out here once again talking to the good and the great of international motorsport. And if you're joining us on the live stream on the internet on autosport.com, motorsport.com and motor1.com, great to have your company wherever you are in the world as well this afternoon. Now, readers of Autosport of a certain vintage will remember the great Nigel Roebuck. He left the magazine at the end of 2007 and went to work for a competitor. I'm delighted to say Nigel Roebuck is back on Autosport, here to reflect on an incredible career and to look ahead to what's going to happen in Autosport over the coming months. Please welcome Nigel Roebuck.
That's your chair at the far side. Okay, I will stand here.
You prefer to stand, don't you?
I do.
Can I sit down?
Absolutely.
Might look a bit odd, but there we go. I want to take you back to Barcelona 1971, Spanish Grand Prix, high in the hills above Barcelona at Montjuic Park. It's your first Grand Prix as a working journalist. The story is remarkable, how you were taken under somebody's wing and you were shown round and you were introduced to all the key players. Tell that story once again.
Okay. I was in a very curious situation at the beginning of that year. Apart from being a fan, I had no connection with racing at all prior to that. But I'd sort of concluded that I somehow had to work in racing. And I wrote to various magazines saying, please, give me a job. And I was very fortunate that Car and Driver in New York had an English girl who was the, what was she? She was the managing editor. And she wrote back, and I think that was about the only response I got. Actually, now I think about it, I did get a response from Simon Taylor at Autosport, who, I think the gist of the letter was, well, start off with Liddon Hill, and we'll pay 6 guineas for a report. So I had no interest in that at all. It had to be Formula One. Anyway, Car and Driver just said, okay, well, if you think you're so clever, go to Barcelona for the Spanish Grand Prix and write a report, and if we like it, we'll use it. And if we use it, we'll pay you. So I just sort of went on spec. And once this had sunk in that I was going to go to Barcelona to cover a race, knowing nobody, I thought, what the hell do I do? I don't even know where to get a pass. So fortunately, in those days, those civilized days, there were several Formula One races in this country every year. Only one Grand Prix, of course, but several non-championship races. And I remember going to Alton Park on Good Friday, a race which was actually won by Pedro Rodriguez. It was his last win in the BRM. And I'm wandering around the paddock and thinking, now, who can I speak to who's not intimidating, who might give me some advice? And I settled on Rob Walker, who still had a team at that time and was running a car for John Surtees. And I just essentially went to him and told him what had happened, where I was going, and got this possible job, and where do I get a pass for the Spanish Grand Prix, for Christ's sake? And Rob was absolutely delightful. He just sort of gave me the address to write to for the pass, recommended where I should stay and all that sort of thing. And that worked out fine. I drove to Barcelona, I remember, in one hit from London. How I did it these days, God knows, I don't know.
Different days.
Different days, yeah. So I got the pass, got the paddock pass and credentials and everything, walked into the paddock on the first morning, and I'm suddenly, surrounded by my gods. It wasn't that strange an experience because in those happy days you could still, as a fan, buy a pass to go in the paddock. So I was quite familiar with, being in a Formula One paddock, but not in this capacity. So after a time of wandering around, I thought, well, I'd better find Rob and thank him. So I found him, said, you remember me, I came to see you at Alton and you gave me some advice.
and I told him about Car and Driver. He said, well, if you're going to be doing this full time, Nigel, you'd better meet everybody. Can you imagine that? And he spent the next hour and a half, 2 hours, taking me around the paddock and then literally introducing me to everybody. I can remember when we got to Lotus, for instance, Colin Chapman was there and he was talking to Emerson. and Rob just blithely ignored all that. Colin, could you stop that for a second and come and meet somebody? So Colin, because it was Rob, Colin did as he was bidden and stopped talking to Emerson, came over and shook hands. And so in a morning, my first morning of working in motor racing, I met the entire, I was introduced to the entire cast. And when I tell young journalists now that story, they just roll their eyes. I mean, it's something like that is so utterly inconceivable now. But you know how fortunate I was. So that was my first race as a journalist.
Some of those connections you made that morning have become friends for 45, 46 years.
Yeah, a great many of them. The closest of all, sadly, because he died last year, was Chris Amon. And Rob and Chris were really the first people in Formula One to befriend me. Yeah, I mean, I'd seen remarkably little of Chris, obviously, for the last 20 years. He came over to do Goodwood one year, the Festival of Speed, and I spent a lot of time with him then. But otherwise, apart from going to stay with him in New Zealand in whenever it was, 93 or whatever, you know, hardly seen him since he left England. But we, to the end of his life, you know, we remained. I mean, he was certainly of all the drivers I've known, he was certainly the closest friend I ever had, and you know, just one of those people you're gonna miss forever.
Was it difficult to make friends with people that had a very high chance of being killed?
Not initially, no, but because I didn't. I suppose. See, my parents were both. They both loved racing, so I started going to race. I was terribly lucky. I started going to races with them when I was 5 or 6 years old, and I fell in love with it then, and I just grew up with it. And it was, I suppose, it happened so frequently. It was just one of those things you accepted. You know, that was the way it had always been. And Sterling said something to me interesting. You know, when I saw a picture I took of Sterling sitting in a birdcage Maserati with the bodywork off. Just this sort of spindly tube chassis around him, tiny, tiny tubes. And I went to see him in London. I took it with me to get him to sign it. And I said, Sterling, Jesus, even then, didn't you look at this and think, Christ, that looks dangerous? And he said, no, boy, I thought, Christ, that looks light. And that was it. But we started talking about the whole thing about safety. Sterling is one of those rare creatures who fundamentally believes racing should be dangerous, as it was when he did it. He, not because he wants to see people getting hurt or killed, of course he doesn't, but I think it's undeniable, the point he makes, that, you know, you make it safe and you fundamentally change the nature of it. And Tony Brooks, anybody from that era, they say the same thing.
It engendered a huge amount of respect among peers.
Yeah.
Because if you barged into someone and had them off, you know, that could be it.
Well, that was the thing. I mean, and Sterling always makes the point. He said, you know, of course we didn't bang wheels in those days, because if you did bang wheels, one of you was going to get upside down. And if you got upside down, you know, that was it, home in a box.
Amazing.
So yeah, it was a totally different attitude. It was a different activity, and one of the things that, in fact, always about both Senna and Schumacher that appalled Sterling was, you know, frankly, the things they did on the track, some of the intimidatory stuff they did on the track. And he just always said, you know, Jesus, in my time, they wouldn't have survived half a season.
I mean, you've written dozens and dozens of columns on this subject over the years. That's the flawed genius, isn't it?
What, of Senna?
Yeah, and Schumacher, and the guys who are so ruthless that they will stop at nothing to win.
I mean, Sterling always said that in his time, self-preservation obviously, comes into it. And you think here with these guys, they were racing in extraordinarily dangerous cars on extraordinarily dangerous circuits, week in, week out, and getting paid damn all for it. So it truly was, a labour of love. But of course, it wasn't that long after the war. And as Sterling said, in those days, there were no seatbelts in road cars. Everybody smoked. The whole attitude to life and death was completely different. But I think I do take Sterling's point that you make anything you make it safe, and you are bound to change the nature of it. And Tony Brooks says the same thing. If you go off the road, there's a very high chance you won't survive. You that much. He said, you want to. They go on about track limits. He said, if the track limit was a tree, trust me, you observed it.
The problem is we'll never unlearn the sort of safety measures and the technological advancements that we now have. That'll never change, will it? It'll only get safer. Cars will only be stronger. Circuits more anodized.
Yeah, I think it's a very difficult thing for me to say because I'm just thinking now about Justin Wilson, with whom I had a meal at Indianapolis at the 500 a few months before he was killed. He was a man I liked very much, and that was just pure. That really was an act of God. I mean, but in spite of all that, I am completely, utterly, 100% opposed to these wretched halo things. And I was talking to Martin Brundle about this recently, and he's every bit as opposed to them as I am. I think it's like Nicky says, you cannot lose the DNA of Formula One. And it's as if the tiniest thing that comes up we hadn't thought of before. Jesus, there's a safety avenue we hadn't looked at before. We must do it. Well, but before you do it, consider the downside. The downside is the cars will look even less attractive than they do now, which, in my opinion, is not very attractive. Plus, as Nicky says, they put yet another sort of layer between the driver and his fans, his public. He's going to be even more hidden away down in the cockpit. You're not going to be able to see his helmet properly. The number on the car is so tiny it's barely legible anyway. It's going to be, apart from anything else, quite difficult to see who's who. But I agree. At Indianapolis, I was talking to Juan Pablo Montoya about this, and he's like Brundle, utterly opposed. He said, a single-seater is a single-seater is a single-seater. Leave it there. If you don't want to get in it, don't get in it.
You have a deep love of American racing, all forms of American racing. Where did that stem from?
Just happened quite naturally. I can remember, long before I was 10 years old. Of course, we had all the magazines in the house. We had Autosport every week. We had Motorsport every month. Motor Racing, which was long gone now, but it was a monthly in those days. We had all the magazines, and I can remember just being fascinated, particularly by the Indy 500, and that was this was the days of the Roadsters, which I thought were such beautiful cars, and it just started there. And I mean, I'm European, and culturally, Formula One will always be my first love, but I just have always loved American racing too. I still go to Indy every year, and I could weep when I see the Indy car of today compared with Indy cars I've seen in the past. But still, as an event, boy, when you're at the Indy 500, you you feel it's like, you're at the center of the world for that day. So even though it doesn't have the cachet it used to have, it's actually quite difficult in this country now to find the result of the Indy 500 in the papers the day after the race. But you think back to the days when Jimmy Clark was doing it, and Graham Hill and Jackie Stewart and Jochen Rindt and Denny Hulme. It was a very, very big deal. Apart from anything else, in those days, to win the race, well, in 1965, I'll give you an idea. I think, as far as I remember, Jimmy Clark won the race. He definitely won the race that year. I think he won $162,000. Well, at that time, he was being paid to do an entire season of Formula One, and he was the best. Colin Chapman was paying him £7,000 a year. So Indy, literally could change your life. If you won Indy, you suddenly had an amount of money you'd never even thought of before. And also, that was also the era of A.J. Foyt and Parnelli Jones and Bobby Unser and the great names of IndyCar racing. And sadly, these days, far and away the most successful IndyCar driver today is Scott Dixon. And I was, a couple of years ago, I was at a thing in the city in Indianapolis, right where the 500 is, and Scott was there, and I can remember that we were walking through a sort of shopping mall with him. Not a soul recognized him. And he's, far and away the most successful IndyCar driver of the day. But by contrast, going to a restaurant with Parnelli Jones, 82 years old now, and immediately there are people flooding around the table wanting his autograph and, have their picture taken with him. So I'm afraid it's lost its way a little, but I still love going to Indy.
Do you think the American Formula One relationship has recovered fully? I mean, Austin is a great event, and they fully embraced Formula One, but had a love-hate relationship for so many years, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. I mean, I think back now to the early, the 70s, and the very beginning of the 80s, when we had two Formula One races. We had Long Beach early in the year, in March every year, and then we finished the season every year in October at Watkins Glen. And in those days, Formula One was big in the States. Both those races had huge crowds. And unfortunately, we lost them. We lost both of them. I can remember being at Long Beach in '83, and Chris Pook was the guy who ran the race. And one day during practice, he said he was trying to negotiate a new deal with Bernie to continue with the Long Beach Grand Prix. Bernie, as usual, was asking for an outlandish amount of money, and far beyond what Long Beach could reasonably afford. And Chris said, I've said to Bernie, if this is what I can afford, take it or leave it. If you leave it, I'm telling you now, on Tuesday, I'm going to announce in future the Long Beach Grand Prix will be an IndyCar race. And Bernie left it. And it's been an IndyCar race ever since. So I think that was really the beginning of the end for Formula One and America. Then we had where did we go to? Detroit, which was an appalling track. We went to Las Vegas,
Which was the car park of a hotel.
Yeah.
Bizarre.
Well, in fact, I can remember we had the first in '81. We had the first race in Vegas. In '82. We went back to Detroit, and Keke, I remember, Keke Rosberg was asked, "Are you glad to be back in Detroit?" Keke said, "Oh yeah, no, it's much better than it was last year." And the commentator said, "Oh really, Keke? Why is that?" And Keke said, "Well, since then we've been to Las Vegas." So that's how Formula One was at the time. Then we had the one-off Dallas Grand Prix, where the organisers went AWOL with the money and Bernie never got paid, so that was why we never went back to Dallas. And then really Formula One,
They're still in hiding, aren't they?
if they've any sense.
The men in Dallas.
Yes, plastic surgery, and I think they're living on Saturn probably. If they, yeah, and then we stupid little race in Phoenix for 2 or 3 years, and over time America just completely forgot about Formula One. But there was a time when when people like Niki Lauda and Gilles Villeneuve and the names like that, Carlos Reutemann, they really registered in the States. But then there was 2-3 generations of Formula One drivers who were just unknown in America. So it's sort of coming back now. Austin is a good track and it's a nice event, and I think Liberty Media are going to be very keen to to push Formula One in the States. So I'm optimistic on that front, rather than going to yet another country one does never until recently heard of, but has perhaps a relatively despotic leader with a big budget and wants good publicity. And so we get these races in these places that last for about 2 or 3 years, and then the deal expires and it isn't renewed, and another sort of white elephant state-of-the-art Formula One circuit rots in the sun.
So you're back on the Bible after 9 years away, and you are reprising Fifth Column, which first started in 1980, I think.
It did, yes. It did.
I was 10. I remember it was a very big part of my Thursday.
Thank you.
It was a very big part of my week, actually.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I am back. The first column is in this week's magazine, in fact. Yeah, and it's very nice to be back. Loved Autosport all my life.
Are you going to go to the Grand Prix?
Some.
You go to a selected number,
Yeah. There's no way in the world. I mean, some of the places Formula One goes to these days, I've been to once and been there, done that. But I'll certainly go to 10 or 12 of them.
Because when you started, it was mostly European based, and you'd drive, wouldn't you? You'd have road trips.
Yeah.
You'd make an adventure of it.
Yeah. Well, as I said, the first race I ever covered, Barcelona in '71. I drove. I don't know why I didn't think about flying, but I didn't. I just drove. So. Yeah, and there are still, if we're going to get Ricard back, if we're going to get France back, I'll probably drive to Ricard. I mean, I always drive to Spa. So, you're right. When I first started, it was, it was essentially Europe plus, what was
South America?
South America, yes, and also, and Watkins Glen, of course, and South Africa, Kyalami. But Asia was an unknown continent, and then Bernie discovered it.
We've got a few minutes left. I'm interested to hear your views on current Formula One. We've got wider tyres, we've got bigger upswept front wings, we've got smaller rear wing profiles. Have they gone down the right route, do you think?
Well, I just hope I'm proved wrong. When I had, just before Christmas, when I had lunch with Brundle, we were talking about this, and we're both, I think, of the same opinion, that we hope we're wrong. Because I think, in my saner moments, I still curse the day somebody thought of downforce. I hate downforce. I like to see cars slide, I always have. It seems to me the more you increase downforce, the worse you make racing, because the more difficult you make it to follow another car closely through a corner. So I think on the face of it, they're going the wrong way. I mean, even Lewis has said more downforce is the very last thing we need. So I've no doubt the cars they'll be dramatic. They're going to be a lot quicker, but with a lot more downforce, they are going to be even more glued to the road. On top of that, straight line speeds are going to be quite a lot slower, because they're going to have much more drag from the tires and everything. So because straight line speeds are down, that means the braking distances will be reduced even further. So there's another opportunity to pass. I it's interesting. All the drivers are saying, "Oh, I can't wait to to get it. This is really going to be something. 4 or 5 seconds a lap quicker." And it will be in some ways. It'll be it'll be quite a spectacle. But I don't think it's. I hope I'm wrong, as I say. But I don't think it's going to do anything for the racing. So there we are.
There are clever people in Formula One who all sit round.
Yeah, but there are clever people who never listen to advice, and they never take advice, for instance, from the drivers. And it doesn't really matter where you are. That's certainly the situation in Formula One. It's also the situation in Indy cars. You go to the Indy 500 and talk to any past driver, particularly a sort of especially cerebral and lucid one like Rick Mears, and Mears will say the same as anybody else. What's killed motor racing is downforce. And what Mears has said is, what I want to see is cars arriving at Indianapolis, arriving at turn 1 at 260 miles an hour, and then having to back off, maybe even brake lightly for turn 1. But if you can, I went to the race last year, but I watched a lot of qualifying on TV before I went. And what struck me, the on-car footage, the car going around Indy, and the engine note never changes for 4 laps, you sort of think, that can't be right. That cannot be right. And now in Formula One, a lot of Pat Simmons was saying just last week, a lot of what used to be looked upon as a corner with these cars is going to be virtually a straight. So I liked it when I used to go to Spa every year, and you would go and watch qualifying at Eau Rouge, and Senna and Prost routinely were the only two who would go through Eau Rouge flat in those days, and they would do it maybe once, twice in qualifying, and that was it. Nobody else could think about it. Now Eau Rouge is flat for somebody on row 9 on his 3rd lap, and I think that's a tragedy. I like it when when great corners sort out great drivers from good drivers, and that unfortunately downforce is taking care of a lot of that, which is a shame. So these great brains who come up with the new rules, how are we going to make the cars quicker? Well, the only way we can do it is downforce, and that's what we've got. And I'm, as I say, I hope I'm wrong.
But hey, we still love Grand Prix racing, don't we?
Absolutely.
It's still
absolutely
the top formula on the planet,
yeah.
And the drivers are sensational, and the cars are very high tech. It's still a good product, isn't it?
Oh, it's still a fantastic product. The one thing that I am pleased about is that, to me, the great curse of the last... People have gone on about, it's not noisy enough, and I accept that point. That the fact is they don't sound like they used to. Personally, I never liked the sound of the V8s because I thought it was just white noise. I thought it was white racket. They all sounded exactly the same. They didn't have very much horsepower. They just made a lot of noise. So I'm sorry about that aspect of it. But far and away the worst thing for me the last 3 years has been these jokey tyres we've had. The very idea that you spend hundreds of millions on building a car as quick as it can be, and then you stick it on deliberately inefficient tyres, to me is an absurdity. The drivers say the same thing. You can push for 2-3 laps and that's it. Tyre's gone. And what a farce the comparison has been with sports car racing. In Formula One, half the time the drivers are cruising. At Le Mans, they're balls out for 24 hours, and going vast distances on Michelins that have no problem doing that. So I think these sort of artificially degradable tyres have been a joke, and I'm encouraged that this year it sounds as though they're going to be rather better in that respect.
Good stuff. I could listen to you all day, but I may have to just limit it to Thursdays in print. We are about to meet Williams' new driver for 2017, Lance Stroll, so stick around. In the meantime, please thank legendary scribe Nigel Roebuck. Thank you, Nigel. Yeah, good. Oh, excuse me. Do we have any Formula One fans in the house? Yes, good. That always goes well for me, that little quiz. We are about to meet a brand new Grand Prix driver. He's a Canadian, and he's got a plum Williams Mercedes seat. Please welcome Lance Stroll. You just glance over there for a second at those two, and then these two. You think, wow, I'm driving for these guys. That's pretty cool, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, does that work? Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, no, full of history. It's really great to be here and, soak it all in. It's just so amazing looking back at, all the years of history in Williams. I got the little tour earlier to see all the different generations of cars and Frank and Claire and what they've been through in the team. It's just amazing, and now it's my go. So it's really great to be here and get a feel for it.
And as a little kid, you were growing up watching Williams, a front-running Grand Prix team. Probably no idea that you would be parachuted into it so soon in your career.
None. Every year you just kind of focus on the task at hand. And last year I was focused on F3, and I had no idea I'd be where I am today in Formula One.
I hope it was yours and not mine. Otherwise, Jeff's going to have to come on again.
Yeah, no, I had no idea I'd be where I am today in Formula One, but yeah, no, it's been a good year last year to get me where I am today, and now I'm just really looking forward to the season.
We'll look ahead to your aspirations for 2017. Let's recap on 2016. European Formula 3 champion with Prema Power Team. Great team, great car, and a grid of young drivers where you talent shines, doesn't it? You've still got to drive the best car.
Yeah.
Keep it at the front.
Yeah, it's a great series. So much talent. The teams are working at such a professional level. It's just really competitive. The engine manufacturers are pushing each other. Volkswagen, Mercedes, who's better. So it's really the first taste of international competitive racing. All the best drivers from their own countries come in to European Formula 3 and compete against one another. And it's a great championship to compete in, and it was a great championship for me to win. I think it's definitely one you need to go through on the way to Formula One.
Yeah, it's essential on the CV, isn't it? And you get to learn some of the tracks, of course, that you're going to race on in Formula One.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the European calendar is pretty much all the Formula 3 tracks we do, so that will help. But obviously, there are another 10 races or so that are not on the European Formula 3 calendar that I'll have to learn. So, yeah, it should be interesting.
There have been some quite well-known Canadians in Formula One. I'm thinking Villeneuve's. As a kid, when you started reading about racing and watching the old films, you must have thought, wow, these guys made a big impression.
Yeah, I mean, Villeneuve was still a bit before my time. I think he won the world championship 1 year before I was born. So
Yeah, see, I forget how young you are.
yeah, no, it's
Was it 20 years ago?
yeah, exactly. So yeah, no,
You've
but
looked back at footage and read the articles.
yeah,
and thought,
of course. I mean, I know my fair share of history, but yeah, it's great to be here. You know, after Villeneuve, the next Canadian driver on the grid. But I'm just really looking forward to the year ahead. So excited, and I can't wait to get started.
Not to put too much pressure on you, but Jacques Villeneuve very nearly won his very first Grand Prix in a Williams. Yeah, in Melbourne.
Yeah. So hopefully I win.
Yeah,
so not very nearly win. But hopefully I win.
You know what you've got to do.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. But yeah, that's the plan, anyways.
Take us back a few months to when the announcement was made and the sort of things that you had to do as a result of that. And the first time you went to Grove.
Yeah, so the whole talk started at the end of my F3 season, sort of August, summer break. But I tried to just kind of put it aside and focus on F3 and winning the championship because I knew that I needed to do that to end up where I am today. And that was the only thing that was on my mind at the time. And then as soon as I finished F3, you know, I enjoyed that for a bit, but then started talking to everyone at Williams and discussing plans for 2017. So yeah, it kind of started slowly, but then really when I finished off F3, that's when I started thinking Formula One, and Williams came to speak to me about sealing the deal for the season.
How much homework have you had to do? You've sat down with the engineers and you've spoken to guys at the team to really get a feel for what Grand Prix racing is all about?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's so many things today in a Formula One car that you need to know about. You know, the technical aspect is enormous today. I mean, it's just, you know, it's all buttons and procedures and so many things other than actually driving the car that are important to know about. So I've been preparing a lot, just reading manuals and learning switches and everything I need to know for 2017 for this season, and also just a lot of preparation in the gym, physically getting fit for this year's car, which is supposed to be a lot harder to drive. So yeah, just kind of working in all the areas I can and getting ready, getting as well prepared as possible for Melbourne.
How much mileage did you have in a 2016 car?
No mileage in the
None at all.
2016 car. No, I had some mileage in the 2014 car. Yeah.
And they're roughly the same. So you've got a benchmark heading into a 2017 car to appreciate the differences.
Yeah, I mean, I've driven a Formula One car, so that's good. It's better than not driving at all and going right from F3 to this year's car. But it's going to be so different, though. I need to stay focused and be ready for this year's car and this year's car's challenges, because it's going to be so different from what I've learned in the 2014 car. But it's another machine and it's another race car, and I've been driving cars my whole life. So
and the 2014 car was a very good car.
Yeah, it was.
Did it blow your mind first time you drove it? All those cliched sensations of the cornering forces, the acceleration, the brakes. Is it as mad?
It's mind blowing. I mean, it's just the best. I mean, it's the best car in the world, really. Formula One is the pinnacle of motorsport, so there's nothing that's really quicker. It's just power, downforce. Everything is a big step up from Formula 3. So it was obviously mind blowing. But like I said, at the end of the day, it's another car, and then you get used to it, and you try and figure out how to drive it as quick as possible.
Have you been on the phone to Felipe for hours and hours and hours, just randomly calling him up for advice? How does this work? What does this do? How do I do this?
Not really, no. I'm kind of, I'm just listening to the engineers and everyone that's helping me here at Williams, and kind of figuring it out as well myself, because you need to learn it all driving, the car and learning it as it goes. So yeah, no, there's still plenty more to learn and to understand before the season starts, but everyone here at Williams is really helping me and guiding me in the right direction for the first race.
And these days, of course, you don't rack up tens of thousands of miles of testing before the season, because that's not allowed. So you don't have a huge amount of mileage to take to Melbourne with you, do you?
No, we really don't, and especially in the new car. I mean, it's going to be, I think, 4 days or 8 days in total of testing. in Barcelona, and I believe we split that 50-50 between both drivers. So 4 days for me, 4 days for whoever else it will be. And yeah, no, it's really not a lot of time, but that's part of the challenge. That's why it's good fun. You know, the experienced drivers will obviously find it a bit easier, having more time in F1 than me. But I'm ready for the challenge. I'm ready to take it on. And also, it's a long season. You know, it's not all about arriving in Australia and everything being set and that's it. It's really a long. You know, it's 20 races, and you know, there's a lot to learn throughout the season. So yeah.
What about the simulator? Have you spent some time in that yet?
Yeah, you have to. You have no choice. That's the only tool these days to really drive and to really prepare for race weekends and learn tracks and so on. So I have been driving the simulator quite a bit. Obviously, it's not reality. It's a simulator, but every little bit helps. So yeah.
It's not quite as expensive when you have a whoopsie or two, is it, in the simulator?
No, it's not. No, it's not. Yeah, it saves spare parts and all that.
So when you're in the simulator and you are attacking a circuit you already know, somewhere you've raced in Formula 3, say Spa or Monza, is it exactly as it is? And can you change the different parameters that you might expect in the Grand Prix?
Yeah, I mean, you can. Normally, you drive the track a bit in advance before it's actually time to prepare for the race. And the tracks you've been to already, you can kind of guide the team in the right direction in terms of, you know, track improvement for when we actually need to be concentrating on that track. So yeah, I mean, but it's never exactly the same. I mean, it is a screen and it is a kind of, I wouldn't say video game, but you know, it's not reality. But that's what we have today. You know, we can't test, we can't drive as much as we want to in the car all the time. So we need to use the simulators to help us prepare for race weekends.
Any idea yet when we might see the new car?
Nope, I'm just a driver, so I don't figure out those details.
Let's see. Stephen's nodding there. Look, yeah, he's saying all the right things. And then, of course, you have all the, aside from Grand Prix weekends, you have all this media work, don't you? All the sponsor engagements. There's a lot of pressure on a young driver's shoulders, driving aside.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot going on, but you know, it doesn't really change what we do. You know, racing drivers, we just love to race, and you know, me being out there and putting my helmet on every weekend and getting in the car and just driving as fast as I can and, you know, racing the others as hard as I can, that doesn't change. That's still there. So there's obviously more stuff outside the track going on. But no, it's a dream come true for me to be here. You know, I love Formula One, and I've been watching it ever since I've been a little boy. You know, it's just incredible for me to think that I'm here. It hasn't really completely sunk in yet. I think it's only going to really, I'm only going to really feel it when I'm actually on the grid, I think, in Melbourne. And then, you know, you're obviously there and the lights are going to, you know, go off and you're going to have to concentrate and forget everything. But you know, it's going to be a hell of a challenge. You know, there's going to be a lot to learn throughout the year. There's going to be hard times, going to be good times. But you know, I'm going to try and make the best of the whole thing because it's definitely going to be an incredible journey.
There are going to be mistakes, aren't there, of course, as with any rookie. Do you get the feeling that Williams will be patient with you as you learn your way?
Yeah, I mean, yes. I mean, they know I'm a rookie. They know I'm young. They know I have more to learn than maybe a more experienced driver. But you know, they're going to push me, and they're not going to take it easy on me. And I'm not like that on myself. I'm quite hard on myself, and I want to do well as I possibly can. I don't want to make mistakes, but the reality is there will be, you know, hard times. It is also tricky for the team now. It's a new formula, it's a new car, new rules. You know, maybe preseason testing will be a bit harder to figure out than like the, you know, past couple of years. So because now it's a new car, there could be issues, there could be things to figure out. So yeah, no, it's going to be challenging. You know, I'm going to have to prepare more and maybe in some ways rather than experienced drivers. But yeah, I'm here and I'm just going to try and make the best of the season coming up ahead.
What did you feel when you first went to Grove and you saw the enormity, the scale of the operation to run 2 Grand Prix car 20 odd times a year for an hour and a half in a Grand Prix? It's really mind-blowing.
It's
the number
insane.
of people.
I mean, hundreds and hundreds of people are working to make 2 race cars go fast, and that's just insane to think about. I mean, for 2 cars, it takes that many people to make it function, and it's it's really you only really appreciate it when you go and when you see everyone work, hours and hours and hours to make the car go quicker. And it's such small details, it's such small things all the time, every day that they try and figure out. It's really an amazing place to go visit. And yeah, it's unbelievable. It's really crazy for sure.
Have you had a chance to sit down with Sir Frank?
Yeah, I have briefly. Yeah.
Did he tell you lots of his cool old stories?
Yeah, he did. Yeah,
Of course he did.
It's interesting man for sure.
What are your expectations for 2017? What do you want to achieve?
I mean, that depends on a lot of things. It depends first where the car is going to be, and no one really knows. But I'm just going to focus on myself, and I'm really just going to take it race by race, lap by lap. I don't want to put any false expectations in my mind. I want to see first, the areas I need to improve on, the areas that are fine, and then adjust. But really, just weekend by weekend, race by race. It's for me that's the best way to look at it. It's the way I've looked at it all my career, entering any new championship. And that's the same, with Formula One. I don't want to set any goals that won't be achievable. I just want to take it race by race, see where we end up. I think that's the best way to look at the whole thing.
Do you look at your rivals and perhaps rival teams and see anybody as a particular target? Anybody you'd be particularly pleased to beat or go up against?
No, I
Anyone you fear?
challenge whoever I need to challenge. It's everyone has their helmet on. Everyone's,
They're all there to be beaten,
exactly. Everyone's in a car with their helmet on, and everyone's at a race. So there's no one in particular that you want to beat. You want to try and beat everyone. So, anyways, yeah.
The race you're looking forward to most? Montreal, probably.
I would say
Will be
Montreal.
quite good.
Yeah, I mean Montreal is going to be unbelievable. It's not only my home country, but it's where I grew up. It's not. I grew up like 20 minutes away from the track, and
That'll be weird, won't it?
yeah, it's gonna. I think I'm gonna sleep at home, and I'm gonna actually wake up in the same bed that I woke up to go to go-kart races when I was 8 years old. It's gonna be insane to think about this time that I'm going to the Grand Prix. So, yeah, I'm sure that will be quite a feeling. So, I have to say Montreal. Yeah, definitely.
Good stuff. We wish you the very best of luck, of course. It's going to be quite an adventure and a wonderful opportunity for you as a young driver.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Lance Stroll, wish him well.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lance. Great to see you. Enjoy the rest of the show. Stick around, folks. We're going to be talking to three-time Indy 500 winner and four-time IndyCar champion Dario Franchitti, a real fan of the sport and its history. He'll be on stage in a few moments. Good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the live stage. Some great guests coming up over the next few hours or so, and we kick off with a 3-time Indy 500 winner, a man who also won the series 4 times. Please welcome Dario Franchitti. It's nice that you brought your fan club with you. What are you doing?
Still an Alan McNish spec. It's definitely not a Matt Neal spec, that's for sure.
Mine, I've hit the bump stops on this. It's not. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, what can I tell you?
This is being streamed live around the world. Yeah, it's probably my last gig. Good to see you, mate.
Yeah, you too.
In all the years I've been doing this, which is 12, you've never been on here with me.
I was trying to work out the last time I was at Autosport show, and it was
2005?
Maybe even before that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's good to be back here. It's lovely. Normally, I was back at the other side of the pond. It was busy with pre-season testing, and it was a lot warmer there. So, yeah, that's why I haven't been in a while.
Our mutual friend Andy Horbury, who's just wandering off over there, said, mention the karting at ASI 96. And you won, didn't you?
Well,
you beat an 11-year-old called Lewis Hamilton.
I think our team won. It was nothing to do with. I think it was the collective team, because Lewis at the time weighed about the same as a box of matches, and it was bloody fast. But somehow we managed to old age and treachery overdid the youth and enthusiasm there. But yeah, it was quite an impressive performance for an 11-year-old. We were trying to hobble him. He was racing against guys like John Cleland, and all these touring car guys were just thinking.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, exactly.
Just horrible. I mean, John wouldn't see which way Lewis had gone, would he?
Well, until he came up to lap him, then John would have fed him straight into the tyres.
Brilliant. When you walk around a show like this, you kind of it reaffirms how important British motorsport is to the global industry. I mean, we are absolutely top drawer, aren't we?
Yes, absolutely, and it's the breadth of the stuff available. And for an old anorak like me to go around, I like my favourite part is either the auction bit, the classic Team Lotus stand, but the bookstores and the model shops, and I can do a fair bit of damage there given half an hour. But it's just everywhere you look, there's something different for the petrol head, and that's bloody awesome.
We were over looking at trying to look at the Lotus 49s first thing this morning. They were all covered up, so we walked away slightly disconsolate, and then someone came running after us, didn't they? Say they've taken the covers off. So he runs back.
And Clive Chapman and his wife were taking the covers off on their own. It was so cool.
Great. But you have a real appreciation of the history of the sport, don't you? You love the stuff that went on before your time.
Yeah, I think when I was a kid, I was at school, I hated reading, but I loved reading Autosport and Motorsport. That was my staples. And I think that's where that sort of appreciation for it came. You know, I loved, and I still do, the late 70s F1 cars. Those are probably my favourites. The 312 T4, the Lotus 79, the FW07 sitting there. You know, when I was a little boy, my dad would race at Ingliston on a Sunday, and you'd show up, and some guys had 2-year-old F1 cars racing around Ingliston. Ingliston's about the size of this stage. But that was where my sort of, I think my passion for the sport came, and then I was sort of introduced to the history of Jim Clark, and then it all went mad from there, really.
And you started in karting, and you kind of worked your way up, didn't you? Through Vauxhall Junior, Vauxhall Lotus, into Formula 3. It was the sort of classic, the stereotype, if you like, the kind of proper CV.
Yeah, you know, started karting when I was, I guess, 10, going on 11 years old, and Formula Ford was the sort of the traditional way forward, but then Vauxhall started investing quite heavily in racing in the UK, and Vauxhall Junior came along, and I did that Series 1 the first year. Actually, I've got the car at home. Yeah. So I'm going to get it restored and take it for a blast.
A David Leslie racing machine?
It is a David Leslie racing machine, and it's engine number 1. It was the first one ever made. And
that's the dodgy one, isn't it? With more power than the others.
Clearly, if I won, it must have had, right? So yeah, that did Vauxhall, and then I went to drive for Jackie Stewart and Paul Stewart Racing, and that was a big break. And did Vauxhall Lotus for 2 years with that, and then Formula 3 for a season, and went over to Mercedes after that, and that was it.
How did that Mercedes thing come about? I know the answer, but tell the nice ladies and gentlemen. It's Autosport's fault, isn't it?
Yeah, it is really. I was driving, as I say, for Paul Stewart Racing. I'd been doing Formula 3 in the 94 season. I won the first race. I thought, yes, here we go.
I remember that.
And then my teammate, certain Jan Magnussen, won the next 17.
Didn't you have a completely plain white helmet?
At one point I did, yes.
In those early years.
Yeah, I couldn't afford to get it painted.
And you won the first race at Silverstone, and then
that was it. Yeah, and so I wasn't particularly happy in the team, and Mercedes called Autosport and said, we're looking for some. I'm not going to do my German accent because it's crap, but I said, we're looking for a couple of young drivers because Klaus Ludwig is leaving our team, going to Opel. We want to have a young driver program again. And they spoke to Peter Fubister, Andy Holbury, and Lawrence Foster, and they all said, me and Oliver Gavin. So the next thing you know, I called Jackie and got permission to go and drive this car at Hockenheim, and it was love at first sight and at first drive. This thing, I'd been driving 170 horsepower Formula 3 cars. Now, next thing I'm in a 500 horsepower DTM car with ABS and all movable bits, and I loved it. And that was it. The test went well. The next test went well, and did the deal and went to Germany and was there for a couple of years, and it was really good fun.
It was fantastic, wasn't it? Your teammate was Bernd Schneider. You had Klaus Ludwig. You had Alessandro Nannini, Nicola Larini, Hans Stuck,
Keke
Manuel
Rosberg.
Reuter. Yeah, I mean, proper boys in really hairy cars.
Jan Magnussen.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jan followed me over there. My second test, they're like, we have a new driver this week, and Jan showed up. I thought, oh God, not again. But I was able to turn the tables on him that time, so that felt good to get revenge there. And now, of course, Kevin's racing in Formula One, and I mean,
Jan followed you to America as well.
Jan followed me to America. Actually, Jan was there before I was. It was his idea that I go to America. Yeah, he did a couple of races, and he said, it's brilliant, you've got to try it, mate. It's fantastic. So when I got the chance, I did it.
And that was the Mercedes link, wasn't it? With Carl Hogan, you got the IndyCar break because of the Mercedes connection, and then boom.
Yeah, what happened there was the DTM, as it was, had priced itself into oblivion. It was like $100 million a year for a season in 1996. There's a lot of dough now, but... and so at the end of the season, we had the Mercedes party where you got presented with your pin badge for being a Mercedes driver for the year. And I was lucky enough to sit next to Paul Morgan from Ilmore. And Paul was a really nice man, a great supporter of mine. And he said, well, what are you going to do? I said, well, I don't know. I'd love to go to America, but don't see that happening. And he said, leave it with me. So this was in the November. He called me in the January. He said, right, here's what's going to happen. Norbert Haug's going to call you in a couple of minutes and tell you he's organised this deal for you. He hasn't. I have. But just go with it. And you're going to go to America. You're going to go to Homestead. You're going to test for this man called Carl Hogan. If it goes well, you're in the car for the year. All right? Right. Test went well. It was a little different. The DTM car had power steering, all this sort of stuff. I couldn't hold this Indy car in a straight line when I took a hand off the wheel to change gear. It had that much grip, and the steering was so heavy. But anyway, test went well. Came back. There was a McLaren testing contract presented to me in the meantime, which kind of messed things up a little bit. But that was it, and I went to America, and pretty much been there ever since.
3 Indy 500 wins later, and 4 IndyCar titles. Worked out okay. Just imagine if you'd taken that McLaren testing contract.
Yeah, what would have happened?
Nothing.
Yeah, I mean, probably not.
No.
Because they had these 2 drivers. They had Coulthard and Hakkinen, yes.
Yeah.
And they hung about for a while. So it was the right move to make at the time. And then I had another flirtation with Formula One with the Jaguar.
Did it feel a little bit like your old 1994 Dallara?
No, it felt a bit like that motorhome over there, actually. It was the biggest.
Oh, yes, that one, yeah.
In fact, there's a company in Essex called JD Classics, have one of them for sale right now. I went there, I was doing some stuff around the workshop, and I asked them if they were selling it. I said, yeah. And I asked them how much they were wanting for it, and the guy wanted to know why I wanted to buy it. And I told him I wanted to pick it up and throw it off the balcony that it was on. It wasn't a happy time.
But you didn't get, I mean, it was limited run. Wrong place, wrong time, wrong car, wrong day, wrong...
I was caught between a struggle between America and Britain, basically, between Ford and Jaguar and all this, and it was just but that was really the end of the F1 dream, and earning good money. that to run at the mid-back of the grid and take a long-term view of F1. Whereas when Paul di Resta had the chance, I was really just in awe of the way he just went, nah. He just put everything on it. He gambled everything on it, and it paid off for a few years for him. And then, of course, politics took over.
So you end up in America, and you've got the kind of baptism of fire in the shape of the ovals, but you're on it straight away. As was Nigel Mansell, as have a couple of Brits. We've been quite good at taking to the ovals, haven't we?
Well, I think I qualified well my first oval race, but then I crashed. Pretty soon. Then I realised how much it hurt when you crashed. I thought, ooh, by the ovals. And it took a while to become comfortable, like quite a bit. But eventually I started to become comfortable. You know, when you talk to Nigel about it, Nigel was just straight away, was an absolute animal in the ovals, was so fast. Dan Weldon was another one. Dan was such a precise driver that he was immediately fast on the super speedways. And we would look at what he was doing in the car thinking, I can't do that. He just ran the car. It was so oversteery. And eventually we all had to learn to do that. My brother came up with a good analogy. Certain people move the game on a bit. Marc Marquez did it in MotoGP when he started dragging his shoulder on the ground. Dan did it on the ovals in IndyCar with his oversteer as he drove the car. Jimmy Johnson has done it, I think, in NASCAR too.
Awesome. Did you prefer street courses, road courses, or ovals? Where did you think you were at your best?
I mean, I always had a real passion for the street courses. But I figured, I don't want this to sound maybe big-headed, I figured them all out. My first love was street courses, absolutely. Every time the bumps and the walls being close and all that, I figured those out. I managed to get the rest of it, and I became reasonably proficient at Indianapolis and what it took to go around there quickly, which was a little odd. You had to actually back the car into the corner a bit. Turn one, for instance, at the speedway. The car wanted to understeer on the exit, so you had to set the car up so oversteer in entry that you were literally backing the car in. You weren't turning left, you were turning right until you got some compression on the car. That definitely focuses the mind, I'll tell you. But it was... that was a part of IndyCar I loved. You had to be good on all these different type of tracks. 1 week you're running a 3/4 of a mile track in Iowa, the next week you're in Detroit getting bounced around like crazy on a street course. 2 weeks before that you've been in Indianapolis on a 2.5 mile super speedway.
Or somewhere really old school and scary like Road America.
Yeah, Road America was
where
never...
the fast corners have no runoff and the slow corners have lots.
Yeah.
Why
I never thought about that, but you're right.
You told me that.
Yeah.
I think. That's mad, isn't it?
It's bizarre. But Road America is a classic, old-school road course. Think Spa. No stupid... Well, with Spa without the chicanes. No stupid chicanes, none of that stuff. Just proper undulations, fast corners, slow corners. It was... And the old kart cars would be doing 200 and something into the corner there, into turn 5. And she took a bit of slowing down.
Your love of the sport and the history of the sport means that you've got an appreciation, haven't you, of what the guys used to have to do.
I like to think so.
Around the old Spa, in a fiberglass Porsche 917, with your feet in front of the axle, averaging 160.
Average. Think about that. I was actually just reading. If you guys love reading motorsport books, read Brian Redman's book. It's you'll find it here. I've just finished that, and he talks about that in depth, and you just think, really? You're mad. When I was 4 or 5 years ago, I was at Daytona, and there was a demonstration of all the cars that had won the race. I was lucky enough to drive someone's 917, and I was sitting in it about to take off for this demo, and Brian was in the car next to me, and he motions my mechanic over. The mechanic has a word. And Brian's in this car and he's laughing. He's just sitting there. He's got his open face helmet on. He's laughing.
The big Lancastrian laugh.
Yeah. And I can see it. And I'm thinking, I'm lying in this 917 going, what are you... Anyway, okay. The mechanic opens the door at me and goes, Brian wants you to know that in period, lots of these cars snapped right about where you're sitting. Have fun. Slammed the door.
Brilliant. Yeah. That's just banter, huh? Yeah, just banter.
Yeah.
Let's go back to Indianapolis. Fascinating place. I mean, just the Mecca. Describe the atmosphere that goes on for a whole month. And that vast crowd and that tower and the fanfare.
Had you asked me this question in 2013, I would have said I don't know. Honestly, I spent my whole time looking at a very narrow focus. All I was interested in was my car, making sure it was quick, and trying to win that race. I didn't notice anything about it, none of this stuff that was going on, the crowd, the atmosphere, none of it existed for me. And then in 2014, I was lucky enough to drive the pace car. And so I was able to walk out. Anytime I was able to walk out into pit lane, and certainly as the race was about to start, walk out there for the first time and actually look up at the stands and see the people and soak in that atmosphere. And actually, my mum was with me. My dad used to go every race with me. Mum never went to Indy. And I was able to walk out with Mum and just stand there and take it all in. And it was, I now know why people go there year after year after year to soak that in, that atmosphere. And when those cars go down the straight to start the race, it just gives you goosebumps. Brilliant. What a place. And there's a reason that 350,000 people show up to that thing.
And you won it 3 times.
Yeah.
2007 in the rain. It got stopped early, didn't it, when you were leading?
It did. It was mile 415.
Yeah. Indianapolis 415.
Indianapolis 415, yeah.
It's not quite as cool, is it?
It was plenty cool to me, trust me.
A win's a win. Yeah.
I got the trophy, I got the check.
Yes.
Got the ring.
And then
you won it.
Then you won it in
2010
and 12.
Yeah, 2010 was a bit more dominant. We led 160 something laps that day. That was a fast car. That was a fast car. Dan was second that day. And then
won it in 2012.
2012.
Yeah.
Which was the last lap, the Sato.
Yeah. And he missed you by the thickness of this carpet?
Well, he hit me.
Which is very thin office carpet.
It is cheap carpet, yeah. No, he hit me by...
It's not cheap.
Just thin.
It's just thin.
He actually hit when his car was going backwards. You see in the data trace, and I felt it, the hit, and I had to grab a bunch of opposite lock, and it was that
into turn 1 at the start of the last lap.
It was about the apex, I think, when we hit. You could the tire marks were there the next day. I went for a walk around the track the next day, and you could see his tire marks still that next day. Yeah, he felt I should give him more room. I don't know if he thought I should maybe just slow down and wave him through, but we had differing views on it that we expressed, or he expressed to me, and then I expressed a bit more forcefully to him what he should do. That involved a physically impossible act.
Yeah, and changing the path of biology.
Yeah, exactly.
After millions of years. Yes, I know. I wouldn't have wanted to have been in the debrief with AJ Foyt in the truck after that.
Oh, he was with Bob Rahal.
Oh, was he? Yes.
Jerry Hughes was engineering the car, and Bob came up to me and started to say something.
They hadn't gone to Foyt that point, had he?
No.
Yeah.
But I explained to Bob what had happened, and Bob and I saw eye to eye after that. But no, he hadn't gone to Foyt yet, and he crashed a bunch of cars at Foyt, and then now he's at Andretti. So we'll see what Michael makes, because trust me, Michael does not like it when his drivers crash the car, and I know because I crashed a lot of Michael's cars.
Yeah, when you were teammates with Paul Tracy.
Yeah, Paul Tracy, when I was teammates with the other guys, Brian, Dan, Tony. I was there for 10 years, so I crashed a lot of stuff.
I've just noticed that's the winner's ring, isn't it?
Yeah, I thought I'd put it on this morning. I don't normally walk around with this on, but I thought...
That's tremendously bling.
That's 2010 championship and Indy 500 run. Chip Ganassi buys that. Everybody that works for the team gets one of these when the team wins. Which was really cool. Michael Andretti didn't buy me one, but Chip did.
Let's talk about Dario Franchitti out of the cockpit. You're busier than ever, aren't you? You're not missing the racing, are you? You still scratch the itch by driving stuff, but you don't race because you're not allowed to.
I'm not allowed to. Medically, I was retired in end of 13. Do I miss it? No. I mean, I would like to have done Le Mans. That was a big dream. I had a great drive lined up for 2015, actually, there.
LMP1?
LMP1.
Go on. Porsche. No way.
Yeah, I'd made a nice trip. I'm a big Porsche fan. I mean, literally, my phone is full of pictures of Porsches, and my garage I've got a couple in there, and I love the brand, and became friends with Wolfgang Hatz, who was the head of R&D there, and I talked to him a bit about it, and he said, yeah, come. So I went to Weissach and had this sort of top secret meeting with Andrea Seidel and the guys there. And yeah, we said, right, I said, I want one more chance at Indy. I want to do 2014 at Indy, 13 and 14, and then I'll be done with IndyCar, and I want to come. And he said, that's fine for us because that fits with our plan. And then it didn't happen. So, but as far as doing IndyCar, what used to seem normal, what I used to do every day, is not normal. What the guys, especially the IndyCar with the dangers of the ovals and stuff, what these guys do is not normal. And so I now look at it and go, what the hell was I doing? What was I thinking? So I don't miss that bit. I can't get my brain doesn't want to work that way anymore. It's not that driven, and no pun intended, I guess. But I would like to have done some other stuff, maybe some more fun. I'd like to drive a little Formula Ford. That would be fun. Get out and do the Walter Hayes or something.
50th anniversary of Formula Ford this year.
Yeah, can't do it.
HSCC stand is over there. You're not allowed to, are you?
I own a Formula Ford at a bunch of the boys, Kieran Haggerty, Adam Mackay. Those guys have driven. Neil McLennan up in Scotland. I've got that car lying there, but I'd love to just go out in it. I might put a white helmet on and sneak out or something one day, but I hope my insurance man isn't listening.
I think it's worth reiterating for people who don't know, you had a serious head injury in Houston in 2013. It was a very, very violent accident on the last lap of the race. You can't afford another bang on the head, right?
No, you can watch it on YouTube. It's quite spectacular.
It's absolutely horrific.
I'm not going to actually minimise it. I've lost too many friends. It was a big old shunt. I'm lucky. But yeah, I can't chance it again. I'll do permanent damage, or more permanent damage, shall we say, if I have another crash. So that was it. That was So I was lucky to do what I did. Though I had some really cool opportunities, and I still get to go and play in cars. Still get to demonstrate cars and stuff. So it's the love of racing, the love of cars is still right there.
Broadcasting's taken off, hasn't it? You do the Goodwood show for ITV4, and you're commentating live on Formula E. Is that fun?
Yeah, it's not something that comes... I'm not a natural broadcaster, so racing was always natural, although sometimes it maybe didn't look that way. But no, I'm learning. It's a work in progress. I love doing the Goodwood stuff, playing with the old cars and getting to drive all this stuff, and taking a car and sort of trying to pass on my enthusiasm for it. That's really fun, and the fact that I've driven so many different things, like people allow me to drive fun cars that I maybe wouldn't ordinarily get to sit in. So that's been a really good thing. The Formula E's cracking though. I love working with Jack Nicholls. He's good fun. It's a great series, good drivers, good teams, and good racing. So
and these kind of city centre locations.
Yeah, the locations don't suck. We're going to Buenos Aires end of February.
Paris, New York.
We've done Paris, the finals in New York, Montreal this year. We started in Hong Kong.
Going back to Monaco?
I'm not doing Monaco though, because I'm going to be in Indianapolis for the month of May. I spend all the month there, which is still as stressful as it ever was, which is really odd because I'm not actually driving the car, but I still get as caught up in it.
You still work for Chip though, don't you? Helping out with kind of how it all works.
Yeah, I work with Chip Ganassi. I'm an advisor for the team, so us Scotsmen, Alan's doing a sort of a similar job, I guess, at Audi. So basically, we tell people what they're doing wrong. You don't actually have to do anything. I'll tell you, it is much...
Do as I say, not as I did.
I say that so many times, I do.
Yeah.
Because Tony Khan will say, hey, what about... I was like,
watch me balls that up.
Yeah.
No, don't do it like that.
Yeah. You literally, you can just sit on the timing stand and say, well, what happened there? You made a mistake. Well, everybody makes mistakes. Well, why? It's so much easier actually just looking at it than having to do it. Which, it's definitely a less stressful form of life.
Are you going to be back at Goodwood, driving around and doing demos? And
yeah, I hope so. We'll do the TV show again, and hopefully I'll get to drive some really fun stuff. Last year was a twin chassis Lotus 88. It'll be the anniversary of the Cosworth, 50th anniversary of the first Cosworth win this year. So hopefully a couple of those Lotus 49s will be there. I can persuade one of the owners to let me go for a wee spin in that. Goodwood's just brilliant. To me, it's...
Okay, whenever I drive or ride out of the gates at the end, I kind of wistfully think, oh, I hope that's not the last time I go there. It's this kind of sort of magic step back in time, isn't it, where you kind of expect the tap on the shoulder and, sorry, it's all over.
It's like a dream you're going to wake
Back
up
to real
from.
life. Yeah, I know.
You know, and I see Henry quite a lot in the normally in the assembly area, and you're somewhat working, and I'm sort of somewhat working, and we tend to be looking at this car, and you've got people saying, "Come on, we've got to do this," and we're both going, "Oh, look at that! It's a such and such," and oh. And then there's a driver you might see. You know, you see Sterling Moss walking around. I mean, any time, no matter how many times you see Sterling, it's still. There goes Sterling, and he's got his little cane. And
I've worked with him a lot, and I have to tap him on the shoulder and go, "Is it actually you, or are you some sort of stunt double?"
Yeah,
it's actually Sterling Moss. It's like, whoa.
Yeah, and he's just so cool. We were actually, I had a meeting in London for the BRDC about a year and a half ago, and Derek,
I'm in trouble.
Oh, we're running over.
Yes.
And Derek Warwick, obviously being the president, was there, and Martin Brundle, a bunch of the guys. And so we went for a little libation afterwards, and we were walking along the street, and I said, "Doesn't Sterling live on this street?" "Yeah, he does. Let's go wake him up." Luckily, I think it was Derek, being the president, saw sense and said, "Let's not," because he probably would have shot us.
Classic. You have actually got to go.
Uh-oh.
I could sit and chat to you for hours, mate.
Likewise.
Yeah, let's do it again soon.
Absolutely.
Thank you, mate. Always a pleasure. Ladies and gentlemen, Dario Franchitti. Thanks, mate. Right, one more. Thank you, Dario. One more guest to come. He won 3 Grand Prix. He won Le Mans for Mazda. He's a cheeky chappy, and he commentates on Sky Sports F1. Brilliant storyteller. Johnny Herbert will be on stage in a few moments. Okay, folks, gather round. I've got a very funny man on stage for you now. And about 10 years ago, I was interviewing someone up on here, and bread rolls were thrown from the top up there, and they were landing at my feet. And this went on for about 5 minutes. I thought, this isn't right. But it can only be somebody who would get away with it. It's going to be somebody really high profile and naughty. And the crowd was laughing a lot, and this cheeky little blonde head appeared above the parapet laughing. It was the inimitable Johnny Herbert.
Sorry, I missed you.
I thought you'd gone to get some bread rolls.
I'm going to stand up. Yeah, I'm going to stand.
You're going to stand?
Yeah, that's it. I can't stand again.
Can I sit down?
Right. Hi, everybody.
I'm a bit tired.
I will sit.
Is that all right?
Yes.
How are you doing?
Very good. Not so bad. Another year's flown on by.
Hasn't it just?
Into
Yeah.
the next. So, yeah, no, looking forward to whatever this year brings.
Are you enjoying the F1 broadcasting?
Yeah, it's different. It's something that I sort of always wanted to do because I always thought as an ex-driver you sort of know what sort of goes on either within a team but also when the guys are actually in the cockpit itself and how sort of cunning we can be as well. But then you sort of know that. So then you know when they're sort of telling the truth, you know, oh, he edged me off the track and it was a bit unfair and it wasn't fair. Well, that's part of racing. That's what racing's all about. It's just bits like that. I just enjoy talking about it. And of course with the old mucker Damon, it's great to be working with him as well.
Two classic blokes from sort of mid-90s who are winning Grand Prix and the real darlings of British F1. You and DC and Damon.
Yeah.
The numbers were big, weren't they?
Yeah, they were. But then again, it was sort of different. You know, it was just on one channel. Effectively now you've got sort of the two-channel battle that's going on. But the drivers like DC and Damon are one world champion, a multi-race winner at the same time. And then you've sort of got Mark that's on that side. Of course, Brundle is on our side with myself. So it's a nice mix and a nice competition sort of all round. And it's good, I think, that we've got ex-racers involved. It's obviously very, very important. It always has been, I guess, when it was Murray and James back in the day. But of course, as everything sort of moves around BBC, ITV, back to BBC, Channel 4, Sky, it sort of always seems to get bigger and better, and it's only trying to give everybody here more information of what's going on. And it's hard because it's always funny when I stopped racing and I went to Grand Prix, people were still open to you and talk to you sort of quite openly. When you do the job I'm doing now, suddenly they all go quiet and they see you in a very different light, so it becomes a bit more difficult to try and get the right information or the truthful information.
And you have to build up trust, don't you? Because not everyone's going to tell you what you want to hear.
No, definitely not. And sometimes...
But they'll tell someone else. Because
sometimes. But also, if you're a bit critical against them, then they're going to be upset that you've done that. But again, you've got to be like that. Drivers, you've got to do the same thing. You can't
never slag anyone off, Johnny,
No, I
do you?
never do that type of thing, Fernando. And it's something... But I think it's just something you've got to do. You know, the relationship that you've got with the drivers is a bit distant because obviously they're in that little bubble. I'm outside it as an ex-driver at the same time, but you're trying to work out, either if it's the beginning of their career, the middle, or near in the end of how you would actually go about it. And I know from my experience, I remember speaking to Damon about, even with Jensen, for example, we said the perfect time for Jensen to say, my time is up, was to do it at Silverstone. It's easy for us to say, but that was sort of the experience that we thought that it would have been a better way of doing it that way, just for example. So, and it will upset drivers, the Fernando thing. It upset Fernando when he came up and told me I wasn't a world champion, which he was absolutely right on. But it's my feeling. Why I say things like that is I don't want someone of his stature, a two-time world champion, just to hang on with this dream of trying to win another world championship. I still don't think that's something that might happen. We'll have to see what McLaren produce. But, they're still not talking in the winning ways at the moment. And it's horrible for someone to go on like that. He wants to do sports cars. So do sports cars when he's still young enough to do it in a manner that will give him those race wins. It's just my opinion. It's only my opinion. And the reaction was sort of a bit sort of Latin, I suppose, in the way it is. I understand it because it's a driver having a little, not go, but just having his opinion on what he thinks. He doesn't agree, and I quite understand that. So it's just bits like that, and you can't be nicey all the time.
Do you think they want to sort of say, "Shut up, you old fart. You don't know what you're talking about"?
Yeah, of course they do. But I remember that when I was racing.
Yeah.
Yeah, when James used to come up and sort of say certain things, but that was, go away. Or Jackie, that was in 1960s. But they're only trying to sort of be helpful. I know that from Jackie. I always remember that from James at the same time, where they've had their experiences. They won, 4 world championships between them. So they had a massive amount of experience that you can try and use, and they're only trying to be, as I said, very, as helpful as they can.
I'll chat to Johnny for 10 more minutes or so. Sorry about that. And then we'll have a microphone out there. So if you've got any good questions you want to put to Johnny, then do. Let's talk about the book. What doesn't kill you might hurt you.
Yes.
But yeah, it's
working?
very good.
I'm back. Yeah, it's good.
It was me, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. What's interesting with doing a book, when you're doing it, you sort of think, is this interesting? Because you're talking about yourself, you're talking about what you did. And I think I've tried to get the sort of to come across at the same time, and it's been interesting. Received sort of fairly positively, which is nice. And again, I've got a different story because of the accident that I had and how that journey was looking as if, Formula One World Championship was sort of there when everybody was wanting me, from Frank to Enzo to Peter War, and of course with Benetton, and of course then that crash at Brands that looked as if, that was it, the career was sort of done and dusted. But then I had the unbelievable belief from Peter Collins, who kept me in at Benetton for 89 as a complete and utter cripple, effectively, and then getting that 4th place win, which, even now I look back at it, I actually sort of think, well, how the hell I did it, I don't really know, because I do it in this modern world. They get a cold and they've lost half a second just with a cold. I must have been about 15 seconds off the pace with what I was having, but it was that inner desire, belief, and want to get to Formula One. I hadn't made it. It's a different scenario when you're in it, you have an accident and you try and get back in. I hadn't had a career. That was always my dream and destiny, to get to Formula One. I got there. I won 3 Grand Prix. It's not what I wanted. The World Championship was always what I wanted, but I always put this problem in the back of my mind, in a locked box, just to try and get it out of my mind. But now I look back, it never was in that box. As much as I tried to push it in there, it was always out there, because I was always restricted in something I didn't believe was restricting me, but it was restricting me because I couldn't do everything in the pure natural way that Lewis or Max or Sebastian, Fernando do. And I had to do things to get around the problems that I had. Then I had to get around the problems of not telling anybody the pain I was going through at every single Grand Prix. Then I couldn't actually then share that even with my wife. So I was having to deal with everything that was external and then get in the car at the same time. And that's what now I recognise of seeing, I say, the Lewises, the Damons, the Mansells, PKs, Lauders, everybody else who's become a world champion. All they've got to focus on is the driving. And when you have that, it makes it so much easier, because I always remember my driving before was easy. I didn't have to try. It just came so naturally to me. And then when I was racing, it was a completely different scenario after the crash, because instead of the natural point in trying to pinpoint where I'm going to brake, I had to do after the accident, but actually either a dark patch of tarmac, a sign, or shadow, or whatever it may be. But everything I did before was never done on that. It was just done purely on eyesight. That was my reference, which I've got. And I know Lewis, for example, has got exactly that. You ask him, where do you brake at Cops? Well, I don't know, no idea. That's that natural thing that a driver has. It's peripherally, but then it's all over, it's all in front of you, and it's all coming in from different angles. You compute it, but you're not thinking about it. You just get in there and you just know how the corner, it's the speed that the corner comes towards you that is your braking point. It's not a point. It's how and it's amazing how the brain does it. But when you lose it, it's a very different scenario you have to deal with, and that's where sort of the book tries to go through that story.
I'm only dwelling on it because it's in the book, and you never know how comfortable someone is talking about it. But you've written it down. I was there at Brands.
So was I.
In July '88. I was.
Sadly.
Yeah. you almost didn't leave.
Yes.
I remember it distinct. I was 17. I was there with a mate, and the deafening silence that went out, and then your car, your Eddie Jordan Racing Reynard, came back on the truck. We just assumed you were brown bread.
Yeah, well, I know because I know my wife was there with a sister and a dad, and I know they sort of spoke, I think, over the tannoy that there's been a big crash out the back, and everybody seems okay except Johnny Herbert seems to be sort of trapped in the car at the moment. So that was early on, but of course it was one of those scenarios. It's one of those things I look back. My wife still digs at me more or less every day because on the second restart, after Gregor Wojtek had taken out Roberto Moreno, we did the restart. Cocky confident, and there's a picture of me sitting on the pit wall. It's not in the book, but I'm looking so relaxed, and this inner belief that no problem, another restart, it's going to be a two-part race, and I've got a 12-second advantage over Martin Donnelly, so I didn't have a problem on that. And then I parked the car at a stupid angle on the grid, which then allowed me to get more wheel spin than I was wanted to do. That wasn't the idea, but then getting in the position of being with Gregor Wojtek again, who then obviously took me out on the Grand Prix circuit. So again, it's just the way it was. I wish it hadn't happened the way it happened, but that was just the way my life was going to be. And then I'm glad and I'm proud inside that I dug deep to keep on dreaming that I was going to be a Formula 1 driver, which, again, Peter Collins gave me that chance to do it, even in the mess that I was in. I was in a bad way.
I mean, you had the terrible physical injury, but presumably possibly a bit of a problem in your head as well.
No, that was always scarred way before. Way before. So
yeah.
No, because I had the
mental issue to think, I'm screwed here.
Well, no, because I never had that. Even in hospital, I never had that. Peter used to phone me up when I was in the hospital and said, "What about you? How are you?" I said, "Yes." I said, "It's good. My left foot moves a thou today." So it was a positive thing that every time there was a very, very minute step, it was positive because it was making it the dream. Because I'd already had a contract at this point. No, I hadn't at that point, but a little bit later on. But then when I did get that contract, that was where the dream was real. It was there, and it was down to me to work through the agonizing pain that I had to do to get myself physically fit enough to drive them. But of course then the issues I had with the ankles themselves to get to Rio, and that was the drive that I had and the belief. So the mental scarring was completely secondary because it was all about, it's there, I can touch it, but I've got to still work. I've got to go up that hill once more. I've got to do it again. I've got to do it tomorrow. I've got to do it next week. And it was just that drive that, I was lucky I had that sort of mentality to get me through. The career was good, considering. It's not what I wanted. I wish it wasn't the way it was, but that was the way it was, and I couldn't change it. But I had a chance, and because of Peter got me that chance at Benetton, but then second time around at Lotus, it just gave me that chance to eventually get to Benetton with my best buddy Flavio to win those couple of races as well. Nice man to work for. Yes.
Do your feet still hurt now?
Yeah.
Nearly 30 years on.
Well, they get the last 5 years. I think it's all the walking we do. We're working on the sky around the paddock. If I stand up, they're very raw inside, and it never ever goes away. I can sort of take some pills. You get that sort of cream you put on, but it used to take the edge off, but now the edge is beating the pills and the cream that I put on. So it's but it was always going to happen. It was always going to be to a point in my life where it was going to get worse. I'm 53. You get people who are sort of normal. They have knees and hips and everything else. But of course, mine are probably about 30 years ahead of me, unfortunately. So they're sore, they're raw. But that's what I got, and I don't moan about it. I just get on with it. That's it.
Some people, the worst happens, doesn't it? And and they don't have 11 years in Formula One and win 3
No, sure.
Grand Prix, and it's just the lights go out.
Well, you do Martin Donnelly. He had
Yeah.
his first year in 1990. He had that massive crash in Jerez, and it never happened for him because of the reason of the way his knee and especially the muscle. When they were trying to move it, I remember in hospital, it was one, I don't know what it is, the machine that moves your leg like a millimetre every hour or whatever it is, and they got to about 80% movement, and they went, yeah, we can just get a little bit more from it. And the problem he used to have, the muscle used to stick to the bone, and they had to sort of scrape it off, then get that leg moving to do that, and then they just tried to get over 85%, and as they were moving it, snap. It went, and then that was sort of it. They couldn't really do any more. They put it in, then it stuck to the bone again. He went through hell, Martin. It wasn't just the injuries he had to his legs, but it was the internal injuries he had at the same time. So, but he didn't get that chance after. So I'm fortunate. It wasn't as bad as Martin's, but it was still bad enough. But I did get the chance, and it's probably a scenario you wouldn't have that today. Would never ever happen. No one would touch you with a barge pole because you're broken, damaged goods. So I'm very, very lucky that I even had the 11 years that I had. So yeah, lucky boy.
But hey, you let him win the Brands 3000 race in the end.
I did, and then he crashed for me in Jerez, which I then took over in Japan.
Yeah.
So again, we worked with each other.
What goes around comes around.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, didn't quite work out properly. Both of us didn't win a world championship. Yeah. Idiots we were.
A quick word about the Nico Rosberg situation. I'm fascinated to hear guys who are sort of contemporary broadcasters in Formula One who've driven. Suddenly, he's won the championship. Bang, I'm out.
Yeah. Understand it personally.
Yeah.
I was never driven to win as many poles, as many races, and as many championships as I could. The goal was always to win the world championship, the Formula One world championship. So with everything that Nico had sort of gone through with his time, obviously starting off at Williams, but then of course then with Michael at Mercedes, and then with Lewis, I thought I could see the huge relief on his face in Abu Dhabi that he'd done all this hard work up against that we all aim at, Lewis himself, but he achieved that world championship win, and I think it was just so draining for him, but he achieved it. So why carry on? I can sort of understand. I was in a way that type of person that if I'd won on probably to wear the number one, just sort of show that. The chances of him were rare, but you'll get the people that he would have gone through one more year this year, hadn't won the world championship, and then would have gone, he shouldn't have won last year. He didn't deserve it. He does deserve it. He deserves it because he beat Lewis fair and square at races. Not every race. Was he faster? No. But that's life. Lewis was unlucky. But that's life again. You guys have difficulties in life. Why should it be different for a Formula One driver? Is he faster? As I said, yes, he is. But he's not going to win every single year just because he is the fastest. That hasn't happened in the past. But no, I don't think it was brave. I don't think it was smart. I think it was just something that he achieved what he wanted to achieve. And I think it's a great thing. He might come back after a couple of years and do Le Mans or DTM or whatever, maybe. He may not come back. He may not want to do racing again, maybe.
Do you think he thinks it was his Leicester City moment?
Yeah, yes. But in a way, yes, because I think he had just, as I said, I repeat, he achieved what he wanted to achieve. He hasn't got this arrogance that I want to win another world championship to be better than my dad, because he's always got that on his back. That he's always, people looking at what his father did and what he's going to do, and he didn't achieve what his dad did and everything else, and he's got that. Damon, I think, had exactly the same with Graham. So it's something we can understand because we haven't had that or experienced it. But I can see how the type of person he is. I've achieved it. I'm done.
One more before we get some questions. 2017 cars, big fat tyres, bigger wings.
Like them? No, like them.
Yeah, they're going to look mega.
They look mega.
Are they
going
look
to? Good. That's my.
Will it be good?
Well, all I do remember, if you all remember when they were talking about what they're going to do, they're going to do a change. It's going to be all about racing, making the spectacle better. we're going to have to wait and see, but it doesn't seem to me that what's been put together is going to make the racing better. I can't see how, personally, more downforce makes you be able to get closer to the car in front. I know they've changed, the front wing is a little bit different the way the angles are, but it's still a front wing, and a front wing is always something that dictates what happens when you're following another car. Now, but they spoke all about this, and they sort of were saying how we have to make racing better and we can do that. They are an intelligent bunch. We know how clever they are, and we have to wait and see. But I'm not sure it's the right thing we need to make the racing better. The racing hasn't been bad in the last 3, probably even 5 years, to be perfectly honest. Yes, it's been dominated by the last 3, and then of course you had Red Bull before that. But the actual core racing has been really, really good. It can be made better, sure. It's hard to do. I completely understand that.
Why don't they listen?
Well, again, I get it from a team's perspective. And I don't get everything with teams. I don't agree with what happened in Abu Dhabi, for example, telling Lewis to do what he do. I know it's a bit of a mix. Yeah, but it's mixed. Yeah. The opinions are he should do as he's told because he's an employee of Mercedes-Benz. My thing is, I'm a driver. I'm driving for the World Championship. That was a drivers' World Championship race. Not constructors, nothing to do with the team per se, except obviously with all the work that they do at the factory and at the circuit, is to win the race. But they were going to win the World Championship as drivers anyway, whatever way it was. But then to get involved with that scenario, I don't think is what I didn't want that. I didn't want anybody getting involved. He can do what he wants and how he wants to do it. And that was the only way he was going to be able to achieve that World Championship win. It may not have happened. Max was struggling with his tyres anyway. Would Sebastian have got involved with what he was trying to do? I don't know, because the speed was pretty slow when he was trying to back him up, but then he never really attempted to pass Sebastian. So, but I think he should be free to do that. You know, it's a bit like the radio communication. I don't like the radio communication of them telling the drivers what to do. They're the best in the world. They've got to show why they're the best in the world by getting the best out of the car without being told, well, you need to be a bit quicker here, brake in later into turn 1, turn 5 apex, you're a little bit down on Lewis and everything. That's not what the driver is paid to do. That's not what I got an enjoyment from. It was me finding it, and they should be left to finding it at the same time. So the cars themselves, they look good. I like they're going to be more mechanical grip, so they're going to be really, I would imagine, more aggressive in the slower speed corners, which is great. They're going to be quicker in the fast speed, of course, with more aero, so that's good. The racing, as I said, I'm not sure, because obviously there could be more buffeting, which creates more understeer, which then creates the impossibility of following close, and of course then the braking distance goes shorter, which makes it harder to outbrake at the same time. So there's elements that could not help, not better it, I suppose. It's just maybe not quite the right way of being able to better the racing part of it. And racing rules. What the hell is racing rules all about? They are the best to show why they're the best and how they do it through their mindset of the guy who's defending, the guy who's trying to overtake, the guy who's trying to outsight whoever it is, front or back. You know, what we saw in Mexico with Sebastian and Ricciardo was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. But you can't move under braking. That's the skill. That's what the skill that makes the difference. If you say you can't move once you brake, anybody can overtake, even someone who's nowhere near as good as the other. So you're leveling the bar. Instead of the bar being there's the best and there's sort of the rest, you're just going like that. You're leveling the playing field. It shouldn't be like that. It should always be. Nigel Mansell had the biggest gonads I've ever seen in a racing driver. And that's what you want to see. No, I didn't. That's what you want to see. You want to see those gonads on the track. And that's what it is all about. So racing is all about letting them get on with it, let them show us how good they are. I want to see wheel-to-wheel battles with Lewis and with Max and with Ricciardo and with Vettel. But we need to have those cars where they enable those guys to be able to follow close. We'll have to see.
Oh, hello. You should be a pundit on the telly, Johnny. It's jolly good. Jolly good.
Thank you.
Have we got any questions? Si, is your mic working now? Yes, excellent. Any questions for Johnny Herbert? Grand Prix winner, Le Mans winner, Formula Ford Festival winner, British Formula 3 champion, etc.
So, if you weren't a Formula One driver, what do you think you would have done?
Dustman. An Essex dustman. The quickest dust cart in the south east. I don't know. The only thing I did when I left school, I tried to work in a like a fabrication place, working on lathes. I used to like that. I never got a job on that one, actually. I did try. Then I worked for Sisley Karting in Swanley in Kent. I used to bike. I think it was 26 miles each way every single day. So I was super fit back in the day. So I used to work in the shop. I used to serve Riccardo Patrese. I think used to come in the latter days I was there, and Andrea Di Cesaris. I used to come in for sprockets and chains, and I used to serve them. And then we left there. We went to Rootham Hill, just down the road from Brands, and I used to then make the stub axles for the cart, the steering rods and stuff like that. The worst piece of engineering done by man was done by this man. They were shockingly bad. But I did enjoy that side of it. But of course, racing was always what I wanted to do. So I think working in a metal shop thing. Yes. Really exciting.
Good question, actually.
Yeah. Had a really boring answer.
No, just a really random answer, which we like. Yeah. Okay, another one there, Si.
How good is Verstappen? How good is our new Dutch driver? Yeah.
Yes. He's all right. Well, he's that sort of that Lewis, Michael, Senna-esque type of driver that you always hear the situation of when a team is trying to pick a driver, you want to get a driver who's got experience. And that's not really the case. If they've got, they've done all the karting, they've done all the various formulas beforehand, they get to Formula One, they know what it's all about. And the raw talent will always jump out and slap you in the face and surprise you. And I think that's where we got people like Max coming in. Carlos Sainz is another one, to be honest, that, they were even Stevens. Max is more excitable when he's on the racetrack, which is great. He's got that edge, and the edge is something we want to see. And that's why I said about the Max rule. What the hell is a Max rule? You can't have drivers trying to outpsych the other one. And I'll tell you a story a little bit like what we saw in Spa with Max, with Kimi, where Kimi said, "Oh, well, he moved over on me and I had to brake and everything else." I remember having to do that. Is when you're following a car and you're the one in front and you're looking in your mirror, you move, not before the guy behind moves, because then you're showing where you're going. You wait for him to move, then you move across. It was on the edge, yes. But also, you've got to think, and I think we saw it with Lewis, with Max in Suzuka going into the chicane, where he went to go up the inside, he ended up going left to the outside and going down the escape route, because Lewis knew he was going to defend. As soon as Lewis pulled out, he knew Max was going to do that same thing. He didn't brake and lock and crash into him because he'd already anticipated that he's going to move, but I've got to go and miss him and go on the left-hand side. So anticipation, again, is a skill that you've got to have. You've got to try and outside, put that guy in a particular situation that either sort of benefits you, if you're the guy overtaking, or it's even if it makes and hampers the guy behind. So to have what we had in Mexico with Sebastian and Ricciardo, where Sebastian was given a penalty because he moved over under braking, that's racing. You can't have this. Well, you can't do this and you can't do that from people, to be perfectly honest, have never been in a car, don't have the mindset that we have, and how quickly we compute what's going on around us, reacting to it. We don't get it right all the time. We're only human like you. We do make mistakes. But that's part of what racing is about, is the making of mistakes at the same time. If there's a bit of wheel banging, brilliant. But you can't take away wheel banging because it's a bit dangerous, because that's the intimidation that a racing driver does as well. And that's where a racing driver that gets to Formula One is always trying to do. Ayrton Senna, there was always drivers, always things you heard about. When you saw Ayrton's helmet in your mirror, it made you sort of move out the way. It's intimidation. But that's part of what you've got to earn, for one thing. That's things that Lewis has earned. That's what Max has earned in a very short space of time. But it's great. It's exactly what we want to see. If we take everything away from, well, you can't move up the inside, so you can't defend, anybody, as I said before, anybody can do it. What's the point of that? So Max is great, but it's not just Max. It is Carlos, as I've said before. And I hope, Red Bull do give him a chance to go somewhere big, because he'll be able to do a job. They're not the same. They don't race the same. And Carlos is more of a deep thinker, but can race exactly the same as Max. But Max is just that excitable, edgy one, which I think is good for us to see as well. But you're seeing two dynamics at the same time. So hopefully we're going to see that. Hopefully we're going to get wheel-to-wheel racing with Max and Ricciardo. Even Ricciardo, to be honest, is as good as Max. Max is younger, he'll get stronger, he'll get better, but they're quite similar at the moment. But then put them together with Lewis and whoever his teammate's going to be. It's going to be good to see those guys let go racing, not come up with crazy rules and steward him sometimes, because my opinion and your opinion are always going to be different. So always when you have different stewards, there's always going to be a different opinion of what is right and what is wrong. And it's one of those, I don't know, I always thought I was a very good racer. So I always try and put myself in the cockpit with them to try and work out what's going on in that race, to know how you're going to force the other driver into a mistake. And that's what it's all about. It's a game of chess in a very short space of time. You're talking only a second or two maximum. Absolutely, probably 2 seconds is too much. And it's all that computing and ability to show how good you are and why you're that good. So let them show it, because we want to see it, because that's where it's exciting, I think.
Amen to that.
I should have been world champion.
So should I.
Yes, there you go. See? Anybody can do it.
It didn't happen.
Anyway, I look forward to it. I hope 2017's works out.
We've got time for another one or two?
Yes. Yep.
It's Johnny Long Answers Herbert today, isn't it?
Johnny, sorry, it's in two parts, this question. We're talking about the British Grand Prix future again. My first point is, last year tickets went on sale and they were offering finance arrangements for people to buy sporting event tickets, which is a new thing, but it sort of tells its own story. And second of all, if a capacity crowd turns up year in, year out, and we're still making a loss, then that business model, I'm not blaming the BRDC, is wrong. And surely the fee's been taken by Mr. Eccleston and fees have been negotiated. That's basically the root problem, isn't it not?
Yeah, well, I hope the new takeover is a positive thing. There seems to be a lot of positive things that they've done in the States. I like the way the Americans go about their sport, because it's generally all about the fans, wherever you go, whatever sport it may be. So I hope that something is taken across to what Formula One is all about. And Silverstone is one of those prime examples. I get what Bernie does and how Bernie does it. I understand the deals that he does do in Abu Dhabi, Bahrain, Baku, wherever he may be, these new modern cities trying to put themselves on the world map. So I can't understand, again, why they are doing that. We have the history that we have at Silverstone. There has been a deal, a better deal struck that has been in the past. So it's cheaper than I think it was. But of course, I know Bernie still has the track signage around the track at the same time, so I know that's still in his control as well. So Silverstone can't capitalise on that. Europe's has a very different dynamic than it does in Asia, Middle East, and everywhere else. Their net worth is way bigger than what we have over here in Europe as a whole. And there needs to be just a slight, I don't think it needs much of a change, just needs a little bit more understanding of where F1 needs to go. And I think it needs Europe and European tracks and the old classic tracks that we do still have. And we don't want to lose the Spas of the world, for example. We don't want to lose obviously Silverstone.
We nearly lost
don't wanna
Monza.
yes, exactly.
What's
Monza,
that all
exactly.
about?
Well, that's my point. We don't want to lose all this, and it's all to do. And again, I can understand where it is from the negotiations that go on with the money generated through the whole, 20 odd races that we have. Is how, they're able to negotiate the high prices to have a Grand Prix at a particular circuit. But as I said, it's different where it is in this country because we don't have that government backing. I know there's supposed to be talk about that happening. This country and Europe includes that, but it's more in this country. We lead motorsport industry technology, and it's brilliant. And the promotion of that is something that we should do. There's always talk about it. From Westminster, where it's important that we sort of are able to promote our technology. It's a prime example that we've got it sitting on our doorstep. Yes, so the teams are able to generate the sponsorship that they need to have and go racing. But of course, the circuits we need to be able to take the cars to the circuit to be able to do it. So the business model somehow there needs to be a sort of a definite slight change, because it would be dreadful if Silverstone isn't sort of on their Monza, all these classic tracks, because they have the heritage. They're still brilliant tracks. Silverstone gets criticised in many, many ways, which I think is unfair. But when you look at the changes that have happened maybe at Spa, but even at Monza, and the change we've had at Silverstone, we've had a massive amount of different circuits over the last 20 years. And that's because the mentality is try to keep it special. And I think the new circuit works personally very, very well. It works for F1, I think. I don't know about you guys. It works for MotoGP and it works for sports cars. So it actually works very, very well. And there's no reason why there shouldn't be help from within the sport and some help from outside the sport to make it happen, because we are the leaders of motorsport and still are today and have been for many years.
Do you think in the corridors of power there is not a single sense of sentimentality at all? It's just about the next deal. And if country X, Y, and Z queue up for a Grand Prix and pay more than Silverstone and Monza, so be it.
Well, that seems to be what the feeling I think we all sort of get from it, and I think it's something that you understand. You can see how that business model works. It works very well. The TV money side of it is something that does help the teams themselves. I think personally that should be more even than it is at the moment. We've got Manor in their scenario they are. It shouldn't be the case. The sport has enough money to distribute, and the big teams personally should be more willing to have a threat from those smaller teams if it's a Manor. But if it's a Force India, you give Force India $30 million more, they become a threat, but they don't want to have a threat. So I get it. But that's not what we want. We want to see the teams that are the underdogs challenging the big boys, because that's exciting. But then I understand a Mercedes-Benz, their brand, their technology, promoting it around the world. They don't want a Force India challenging them. So that's where you've got to have a slightly different dynamic where you have more equality spread across the board with the teams. I think it would be better for the sport if the big teams don't sort of, get the success they want and they leave. That's life. That's the way it is. You've got to work a bit harder maybe. Force India do a very good job on the budget they have. Williams, exactly the same. Do a very good job with the budget they've got. You give them a bit more, they'll be able to do a much better job, but it will make the whole of the sport more watchable, which would generate more income. So it will help itself.
It's quite good, all that. Thank you. You've been on top form, my friend.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
But I need to let you go now because you've been gibbering for 45 minutes.
Lovely.
And these nice people want to go home.
Oh, they're waking up now.
Yes. Johnny, always a pleasure. Thank you very much indeed.
It's a pleasure, yes.
Have a great season, and we look forward to your wisdom and your wit on the telly.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, Johnny Herbert.
Great. Thank you. Everybody. Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Johnny. Mind those feet.
Yeah. That's it, ladies and gents, for the live stage here at Autosport International for Saturday. Thanks for your company over the course of the last few hours. And thanks for joining us on the live stream as well. If you've been watching on autosport.com, motorsport.com or motor1.com. Plenty more great guests tomorrow here on the stage, including 1997 world champion Jacques Villeneuve. He'll be right here on 2 occasions tomorrow. We look forward to your company then. And for you guys here live at the NEC, thanks again for your company. Have a safe trip home, and we look forward to seeing you next year. Thank you very much. Good evening.